follows through.
Well,
But I don't.
I looked through all that paperwork on when we get to financials, but I looked on all that paperwork and I didn't see anywhere where it just, all it does is list, you know, them coming and going. And I think it might have mentioned Wolf Tank once, but we need to have that information on there, because if we're going to be spending that kind of money, we need to be able to look back at the paperwork and say, oh, this is what we did.
So I have a question.
And
Yes.
I actually have a whole bunch of invoices. Yeah, go ahead, Vicki.
So
Go
down
ahead.
at the base of Elm Trail, they covered up a valve with road material, not road material, but you know, like what you said.
Asphalt.
Is that called potholing too?
No, that is not. That was asphalt.
Okay. Okay, asphalt. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
potholing is where they're digging into the ground, finding out where the lines are.
Oh. Okay, sorry. I shouldn't have interrupted the meeting.
No, that's
But
fine.
I spoke to Lisa today too, and I'm gonna go back there and try to get with Linda next week and try to go through a bunch of invoices and try to clarify and make sure they're categorized right. The one for the potholing wasn't done because we've been working long hours trying to get it done, but I'll make sure I'm more conscientious of writing that down. I don't anticipate having more potholing done in the very near future, but just the same, I'll make sure that I categorize it better and label it. I know that I do have a bunch of stuff that explains exactly the hours and what they did, so I'll try to look at that and see if I submitted that to you guys or if it's just an email form.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, Director Nyman, I had a call from Johnny about something else, so I actually had told him a few of the things that came up that we were talking about in that when we went over the financials. So
Okay. Well, when we get there, we'll breeze through it. Okay. Is that it, Johnny? We got a discussion vote on application for water service.
Yeah, Sam, are you on the call?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Thank you, Tony.
Did you say
Okay,
Pam?
No, I'll give you a little bit of background. Sam bought, is thinking about buying some of the property on Sickman's old ranch, and he wants to put anywhere from 9 to 18 space RV park for senior citizens to rent from there. He wants to get water from us, and so I've been doing some research on that. He has as well. He talked to LAFCO already about becoming part of our district. We can provide, tentatively, we can provide water. We have a 6-inch line that's running right down Harriet where we can connect to the park. Of course, the park would have to follow the same water conservation guidelines as the rest of the district. I'll let him explain what he wants to do a little bit, and then I'll add some more to it. Sam, you got something you'd like to add?
before you go into that, Johnny, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so also, and it looks like I don't see Dave on here now, or did he?
I'm on here, but Oscar's not. I don't know if Oscar is.
Oh, okay. Okay, great.
Oscar's on.
Phone issues.
Okay, yeah, as long as you're on here, Dave, because they, the one concern I had is when we started the whole process for the consolidation, the map that we made for LAFCO, as far as I understood, unless something changed that I missed somehow, I believe that that there were 2 or 3 properties that were actually included that were part of that, not the main house property of that we're going to be talking about, but there's a couple properties that were initially part of our whole consolidation discussion, and I don't know if those dropped off or if they're still on the map, but as far as we know, they were part of the whole discussion. They were smaller parcels, and I don't know if any of those parcels have to do with the folks that bought some land from him, but I know that there were a couple parcels owned by the same owner that were initially on the map that we made for LAFCO.
Is this the people that are on the east side of town and they had land on the north side of the creek?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. As far as I recall, they were still in.
So I think we may need to take a really good look at that map and see if any of the land that they purchased is part of what we drew into the LAFCO boundaries before we, get much further. But, right now I'm gonna let them explain, but I think that's another thing that we need to look into right away.
Question,
Director Gibson?
isn't it I mean, like up north of Harriet Road, isn't it in our jurisdiction?
Yeah,
Our
this,
Is that
jurisdiction,
what we're questioning?
no, this
yeah,
was,
'cause our jurisdiction,
sorry.
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that the parcels that we wrote in, I believe, were actually bordering Mount Pinos, but I don't know if it's part of it. I'm just a little confused on the actual property boundaries. So but yes, all of the other land is already in our jurisdiction.
Okay.
I think we just need
I
to
believe,
verify.
I believe that, I believe that the part that we're talking about is about 1,000 feet from our border, and it's on the south side of the Signet property. So I do not think that was included in the last go, but I'll check with Dave and Dean. I can't find the last map that we had and see if he's included, but we can check after the fact.
Okay, did Sam wanted to say something?
Yes, hi. Thank you for having me at the meeting here, and Johnny, thanks for putting me on the agenda. So, like Johnny said, what we're proposing is a very small RV park for senior citizens, and giving them an alternative option, living option. We came up with this idea because one, a family member, and one, a person that we came upon that we experienced them being displaced because the home was being sold and they really had no place to go because rents were increasing, property values were going up, and they had no place to go. So we thought of this, and that's sort of the motivation behind putting in this park. And this is going to be unlike any other park that we all see. We're not looking to do any kind of high density type of thing. We're not trying to use every bit of space. In fact, we're going to be giving almost, we want a feeling of yards and a real residential feel to it. But people will be bringing in their own RVs as well. In time, we're going to be supplying RVs and making those available as well. But it's going to be using all natural vegetation. We're not going to scalp the environment. We're just going to go in there and dissect the sites. We're looking at, it's, from what I understand, it's a 50-gallon per unit per day use. So we're not talking about a lot of water. We're not going to be doing a lot of watering of landscaping or anything like that. We're going to keep our water use to a minimum while doing this. And let's see here, kind of gone through all that. When speaking to Johnny, and I guess he kind of already hit upon it, that it appears that you have the capacity for us. Like you said, I've been speaking with Bud Rice from LAFCO, and he's listening in on this meeting via Zoom as well. I guess if anybody has any questions, I guess you're able to ask them. And the point that you brought up about the property may have been on the previous maps. From what we understand, Mr. Lichter was invited in, but I guess he declined at one time. So it appears, I mean, there, like you said, there was question on whether we're already on the maps and already part of the district or not. But
Well, those maps aren't, we haven't actually gone through the whole LAFCO process. So but they are maps that we have submitted. So And I'm not sure if it's just a portion of what you bought or none of what you bought. I know that there were a couple of parcels, to my understanding, and I don't know if they're the same parcels as what you're talking about.
Okay, I guess that's something we could all look at together.
Yeah, did not include any of his main household parcel.
Right,
Which is pretty
yeah,
big, pretty large.
exclusive of any place where he has any of his main building, his outbuildings, his well buildings, or any of those types of things were completely
So
isolated.
we would just be providing 1 meter to the property is what we're saying, and you would be paying that bill, and then you would be billing your tenants.
Yes, sir, that's
Okay.
right.
This is pretty important. Mr. Rice just put in the chat that the property is listed as part of the MSR amendment that we did in the proposed municipal service review. So, so the actual property that we're talking about right now is part of what we submitted.
So that's a good thing.
That's excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, Johnny, would we have to run any pipe? I mean, because
Oh, no, what we would do is we would run the pipe. I don't know if you're familiar, but the bottom of Harriet Trail, at the bottom, right before it turns into Oak and turns over to Mount Pinos, there's a dirt little trail there about 100 feet long. We would set the meter within that dirt, and then he would run it from that point onto his property to where he needed it.
right, so he would pay the connection fee, and then he would run whatever pipe from that point to that property to supply water.
Exactly, yeah.
And Johnny, quick question. And we have the capacity coming off that main there for the added, you know, for his proposed additions, or because I'm just wondering if it,
But what I was saying, tentatively approve it because he, without doing any real research, and yeah, he thought that 6-inch line, it wouldn't be a problem because that's a minimal amount of water. It's not, you know, swimming pools and, you know, landscaping and all that stuff. So he didn't see that that'd be a problem at all. Before the official yes, 100%, I would like to get Dee to come and look at what's off of that to confirm it, but I don't foresee a problem with that.
Question.
Director Garcia.
I'm wondering if there's any zoning issues that need to be considered before they go in with a recreational multi-family use type thing.
May I jump in?
Sure,
Please do.
go ahead, Sam.
Yes, we've been in contact with the planning department and zoning department. And it is currently zoned agriculture, and within the agricultural zoning, it's allowed to do a recreational park with a conditional use permit.
Okay.
That's where we're at right now. We're in the process of putting together our package for that conditional use permit. And as you know, one of those things we need a will serve letter for water as part of that package. So that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking for.
How long will it be before we know whether you get the conditional use permit or not?
Well, with COVID-19, like everything else moves very slowly, we're being told it could be 4 to 6 months.
Okay.
But we need to make that application. And I'm a rookie at all this, so excuse me, but from my understanding, our initial application needs to include, if that needs to include, helps move the process along to have that will serve letter, or at least an intent of a will serve letter.
Thank you.
I have another question. Does that property border Mount Pinos, where if for some reason we find out that we don't have enough capacity coming off of Harriet Trail, we would be able to possibly talk about a mainline extension that would come the other way down Pinos? I mean, down Fraser Mountain Road?
No, it's not really off Mount Pinos at all. It's off of Harriet Trail. Mount Pinos stops before that property.
Yeah, what I meant, Fraser Mountain Road, does it border that as well?
It does border Fraser Mountain Road.
So that's just another possibility if for some reason where we have an issue with Harriet Trail, since you are part of the municipal service review as well.
Okay.
It does border where yeah.
You're breaking up,
We
Johnny.
can't hear you, Johnny. Can you repeat that, Johnny?
We may have lost him.
Folks, I'm looking at least my map I have here. There is an indication of Mount Pinos Way in the southwest corner.
But I couldn't hear what you said. I couldn't hear what your question was.
What was just,
Yeah, yeah, exactly. The property.
yeah, I couldn't hear that well, Johnny, but it looks like not only does it border, it looks like there's 3 potential points to provide water from. One is Harriet, if that works. The other may be a spot on Mount Pinos, because it looks like there's a small corner that's on Mount Pinos, and then the third would be Fraser Mountain Road, but that would be a mainline extension.
Yeah, well, exactly. But I believe again, we got plenty of water coming off of Harriet that ties into Mount Pinos. It's like a big loop, so I don't foresee any kind of problem with the water supply. Just before you absolutely say yes, I want Dee to come and
Right.
walk and just look at it is all.
So I think, I mean, I don't know what the other directors feel. I don't have a problem with us, approving this when, as long as we have the capacity and we're able to do it off a Harriet Trail, that it's not, that we're able just to install the meter the way it's supposed to be installed. I have no problem with that. So I think that if people don't have a problem, we'll probably have to put this to maybe the next meeting, and Johnny will have to get with Dee and have Dee verify that is correct, and then we can have it on maybe the next agenda and vote on that if everything goes well.
I just have one.
Director Schoenberg.
Well, Director Kelling was trying to say something, and I've already.
Okay,
asked a lot
Director
of questions.
Kelling.
I was just wondering about fire suppression. Would they have to put in a fire hydrant and all of that to have that many more homes over there?
Most likely.
500 feet.
It's every 1,000 feet is a hydrant. What I just heard the other day, but I don't know. I suppose that'd be between him and the planning department.
Well,
That's a
would
question I actually,
be able to supply water for the hydrant?
Fire department.
As long as we have a 6-inch there, right, Johnny, that has enough capacity.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the things I'm gonna talk to Dee about. But again, he didn't foresee any problem with that. I just have to go. So maybe if Sam could call me or email me on Monday, we can talk over a few things, and I'll make sure that I make a list and for Dee and see what we have to do.
Director Garcia.
Yes, is there a place on the application for the fire department to approve that conditional use permit?
in my speakings with the planning department, the conditional use permit application does float through the fire department, and they give their input on it as well.
Good, very well, thank
And
you.
I've asked about the fire suppression, and they said once they receive the application, then they'll make their recommendations.
Good, I'm glad you considered that already.
Yes, sir.
And,
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Would it be possible, and I understand we're getting close, we're not completely there yet. Is there any way to get a tentative of anything to include in my CUP application?
Mm.
Maybe the board could, just a suggestion, and I could check with a couple of board members before I did it, but after I get the questions answered from Dee, maybe we could write just a tentative letter with the intent to provide upon the conditions of, the capacity and everything is there. Something to that effect.
What do you think, Director Schoenberg?
Did you see what Dave just wrote?
No.
he's recommending that we get a detailed engineering analysis before we do that, just to be safe.
I'm sorry, a what?
An engineering analysis from Dean
Oh.
to make sure that where he looks at the actual proposal and that they're going to be submitting, just to make sure that we can really provide that we looked at all the details and we can definitely provide water. And I had a question also for Mr. Rice. If we are providing, I know that we can provide water to a property that's not in our LAFCO boundaries yet if the actual meter is within our boundaries, but I'm just wondering if there's any additional information or things that we need to know because they are included as part of that proposed review.
Well, basically, I have been looking over that review, and guys, honestly, that came through, and with COVID, I dropped everything, so I do apologize for that. When Sam called me, I did find that review. I looked everything up. It does state that you guys do have capacity, but you are correct. You can provide water. It's called a extension of services. But what you have to be careful of is that you can provide water to people outside your service area, but you cannot provide water to anyone outside your sphere of influence. Now, your service area is conterminous with your sphere of influence as of right now. So you would have to come in and we could just request an extension of services, or we could go ahead and do the annexation and the SOI amendment. So, I mean, there's a couple different options that you could do there.
So really, we really can't provide a letter until we've gone through some of those other hoops that we need to jump through.
You can provide a letter for tentative service upon the condition that the annexation is approved. And you would also want to
not
do
without.
that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Director
I think
Gibson.
it's too soon. I think we need more information. And I have a question.
Go ahead, Director Gibson.
If we have to have our engineer look at something, is that included in this application fee, or would we be taking on that expense ourselves, or how does that work?
Well,
Do you have any input on that?
normally we would provide, I mean, that's the problem with a tentative letter, because normally there would be a $2 application fee. That's obviously not really going to cover enough of our engineer, but in the long run, it would help us, because they would be, if everything panned out, then they would be buying into the system, and so that would be, a new connection fee. So I mean, it's really up to us as to whether we want to, I'm a little concerned about, because we don't have a process in any of our policies for a tentative letter. We just have a process for a will serve. So we would probably need to look at a process, because we also have to be really careful that, once we set that precedent, that's our precedent. So I think we need to just, look at that briefly before, I know that they're anxious to get some sort of letter because it's sort of that weird thing where you can't
Sure.
move forward unless you have the letter. And then, we really need to examine things, before we can really do the letter. So it becomes this kind of weird holding pattern. And that's why the tentative letter might be the way around that. But I think we would need to include that in our policies because we don't traditionally do that. And if that was the case, we would need to have probably some sort of fee on that tentative letter, which we don't have right now.
Yeah, it's a catch-22 kind of thing.
Right.
Well, and the question is for Dee to look at it, what cost would that entail? That's another question.
Yeah, that's
Right.
one of the things I'm gonna look at, because I don't anticipate it being much more than him looking at it and him writing a letter himself. So it might not be too costly, but maybe at the time after I get the price on with Sam or something, I don't know. We can look at that once I get the price.
We lost you again, Johnny. I don't know what you said.
Yeah, there is a question from Dave Warner to Mr.
Bud.
Wright. Bud?
It's to Bud. Yeah, I know, given that the annexation is going to take a while, because you folks have some conditions on the annexation, you wanted to show that they have clean, adequate water supply, and that you're going through the test well phase right now. The annexation might not occur for a while, but would it be possible to amend the sphere of influence in the meantime? And then if development goes through, supply them within your sphere of influence, but not in an annexed area, and then the annexation could follow. Is that something that is a possible reality?
Well, we are currently doing this with Lost Hills and a wonderful company out there for a high school that they're building. And what we're looking at is the same thing. Everything's being held up by county planning. So what we're doing is we're offering them an extension of services, which allows Blair to give access due to health and safety reasons to provide water if needed. And then when everything goes through, the annexation comes through with that. Now, the cost of that is just $500 flat, just for the extension of services because of all the administrative work on our side. But you could do that outside the sphere of influence, but only for a short amount of time. Does that answer your question, Dick?
Right, but otherwise they'd have to go, if it was for a longer period of time, the district wants to get money from the state. The state takes a year and a half, 2 years to process an application and get funding. So it just starts adding time. I just didn't know if they could they just amend the sphere of influence to cover that area and then provide service on a more extended basis?
They could. If you want to go ahead and amend the sphere of influence, that's $500, and you could just bring that in and we could amend that sphere of influence and then do the extension of services. Now that's going to last until you get that annexation. If it takes a year, year and a half, then we could go ahead and do that.
And I'm thinking the annexation is going to take a little bit longer than that, don't you think, Dave? I mean, the construction is probably not going to happen for another 2-3 years.
5 years.
Or 5 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to go through.
And all this.
You're still in the planning phase. But
right.
But you would proceed with the test wells. They find clean and adequate water supply. You finish up your stuff. You've got everybody dialed into joining, and then I understand. Then you'd be pushing forward with the annexation, unless you're waiting for the funds to come through.
So there would be an additional cost to that as well, because we would need to have our engineer change the map because right now the sphere of influence and the actual annexation are the same, but we would need to change that map. So that would be a cost that we would need to figure out as well.
I mean,
Does,
Deke,
I'm sorry, guys. Does the map include the same boundaries that's included in the municipal service review?
Yes.
Okay, then it's already included.
The totality of his property?
Right. Originally, when I spoke with Sam, he had told me that the LAFCO had opted, or that the previous owner had opted out. After checking the map and looking at the municipal service review, upon review, I seen that that property is within the proposed area that Fraser Park has submitted in their municipal service review. So
Right, because
if the annexation was going to be contiguous, then D should have a map. I haven't seen D's map. I've only seen the maps that's in the municipal service review.
that is Dee's map.
Okay. All right.
So
What-
yeah, because there wasn't he opted out on part of the property, but he went in on a small part of the property. So then it would just entail us paying a fee to do just the sphere of influence and not the actual rest of what we need to do.
Yes.
And that wouldn't affect us in any other way. It just
No, it would not affect you in any other way. There'd be a $500 fee for the sphere amendment. And then you could, after that sphere amendment is done, you could annex anything within that sphere at your convenience.
okay. So then we shouldn't have additional money. So really, it's just to have.
But then you also are have to pay the $500 extension of services too, correct? So you're talking about $1,000.
Well, you would only pay the $500 extension of service if he needs water prior to an annexation.
Okay.
So if his paperwork,
So we do the sphere of influence, and then let's say 6 months down the road or 10 months, he decide we're putting it in, then we come to you for an extension of services, and that would be $500.
right, or you could go ahead and do an annexation because it's already in the sphere. And then if you go ahead and do the annexation, we go ahead and start that process. And annexation, we went completely electronic now. So an annexation by a landowner with the landowner's permission is taking 4 to 5 months. And so, which is relatively good compared to the year and a half.
Right, but we've already done the work for the other annexation, and we'd want to do that at the same time because we don't want to incur any, because if you're annexing, isn't that if you did it separate, you'd be doing an additional cost that would have to go along with what the maps are that we were already proposed, correct?
No, basically the way it works is if you bring us an annexation and you have multiple parcels on that annexation, there's still one charge of $844 plus reimbursables for noticing and mailing and all that, no matter how many parcels there are. But if it gets knocked down, all of it gets knocked down. So we have some districts that will come to us and they'll bring in 5, 6 different areas at one time. And then we have some districts that just do as they come in, just one parcel at a time. So it's up to you guys, how you guys want to work it. And how
Yeah,
you want to
I guess my question is because we're in the process, which I think the annexation will go forward for this project if we have adequate water supply, but it was also to annex Lake of the Woods was also based on the fact that we get funding from the state, because the state was going to have to pay for this project.
Well, and the annexation theoretically would come before the construction project, which is, way down the road, but really the annexation portion of it is in the planning project, correct, Dave? And so we would really be, but that's still a ways off as well because we need to do the test wells first. So, but if a property owner wants to annex into the system, then aren't they able to pay the fees to do the annexation as long as we're in, concurring with
Agreement?
that?
Did you want me to go ahead and answer that?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right. Basically, there's two different ways that this goes. Sometimes the district will go ahead and the annexation will go through the district. And by doing that, the district just has certain procedures. Basically, here's what we're going to do is we are going to, whether the district comes to us or the petitioner comes to us, the landowner, we're going to request from the district, we're going to ask you straight out, do you have a resolution or do you have the capacity? You're going to give that information to us by resolution. Once we get that resolution, then we start the annexation process. If we work with the landowner, then we take all the money, okay? And you guys have nothing to do with it, but we still have to deal with you when it comes to the conditions, the contracts, and everything else that you are providing to the landowner. Most of the time, and when I say most of the time, 99.5% here in Kern County, is the district will come to us with a resolution, and then you guys work with the landowner, and all the landowner provides to you, or that we need from the landowner, is a letter saying we want service from this district. And then we get the same stuff from you that we would ask for anyway. Now all that stuff goes through you so that you can make sure that the administrative costs for your policies are applied or anything as it comes to us. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And it gives you control over the timeline, and it gives the landowner more control over when he's coming up with the money. Where if you include LAFCO, another agency, then we have timelines and everything as well that we have to abide by. And it's going to lengthen the process. But I mean, we're more than willing to do it if you want to do that. That's what we're here for.
So really right now, we would need to make sure that we look at our policies and that we would need to write up some policies and resolutions to cover this sort of situation, which may happen in the future anyway. And I don't think that we have currently policies that really cover this. So I think we would need to do that probably pretty rapidly so that we could then, we need to check with, so we need to talk to our engineer, make sure that we have the capacity. We would need to, in order to provide like a temporary letter. So we can provide the letter before we start the process of doing the annexation with you, or
Well,
not?
basically, I don't know what your guys' policies are. I have dealt with other water districts where they will give a yes, we have capacity. And so they give a tentative will serve letter that when the project is ready and construction is done, that you will proceed at that time. What that does is that gives the county of Kern, it gives them the ability to say, yes, the district is going to give you water. This project is going to go through. So we will go ahead and push it through because all the infrastructure is going to be there to do that. It also allows us to go ahead and start our process so that the annexation occurs. Now, you guys were talking earlier about what procedure, since the money's coming from, and David said it's going to be 5 years for this annexation later on. What I would suggest is that you go ahead and do the sphere of influence, and that will bring in the whole area, so you're allowed to annex into that area at any time. Now, if Sam wants to go ahead and pay the cost of the annexation, and instead of splitting it up between everything, then he would pay the $844, and then we would proceed with his annexation because it's already within the sphere of influence. And we could do that simultaneously. We could do them together. Doing a sphere of influence for the whole thing and then just Sam's annexation. So does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
I think
We can't hear
Dave's
you,
talking,
Dave.
but we can't hear you.
Dave, unmute yourself.
Thank you. The sphere, but so you're talking about the sphere, do a sphere of influence for the whole area that they're
Yes, if
proposing
you
to
go ahead
annex.
and do the, yeah, so if you go ahead and do the sphere of influence for for the whole area, because we know this is coming, it's just the funding and everything is what we're waiting on. So if you go ahead and do that, then that's $500 and noticing and all this. So basically, we don't even notice it, we publish it in a paper. And so that's like, I think I want to say about $150 to $170. And that's it. There may be a protest hearing on that. Let's see. I don't think so. I think it's just a notice on that one. So it's less than $1,000 to bring that sphere in. And that would be the sphere as a whole. And then you could annex individually or everything at one time. That would be up to the district.
So it actually makes it much easier on us if we went ahead with the sphere of influence, since, you know, it would be much easier for us in the long run if for some reason the rest of the project is running into problems or whatever, and if someone else wanted to do this in another area of the project, we would still be able to annex them separately as well.
Yes, and with the municipal service review that you've already submitted to me, upon review and everything, then I'll go ahead and submit that back to you. And once that is completed, that is for that entire SOI area or sphere of influence area. So that would be accepted, and we'll go ahead and adopt that at that time as well.
Okay.
Okay,
There's a
so
lot of pieces and stuff, so just let me know if you have any questions on anything.
Is that, how many acres are we talking about?
For the whole thing or just for Sam?
For Sam?
Well, he's got his whole property. And Sam, how large is that property? Do you know?
The entire property is 20.17 acres. And for the RV park of it, part of it, we're looking at using maximum of 4, trying to stay closer to 3. And then ultimately at another time, putting a private residence down on the east side, completely separate from that, and then leaving all the rest just natural the way it's always been in its natural state.
It would sure be nice for the community, I think. Out of left field, sorry.
so where do we stand? So I think what we need to do, I think Johnny needs to get with Dee, see if we have capacity. And then I think that we should, then if we have capacity, I think we should, then we'll put it on the agenda and have a vote on extending the sphere of influence.
No, it's not extending, Director Nyman. The sphere of
Or-
influence we've already put in. It would just be, we would be paying to move forward with the sphere of influence before we do the rest of the annexation. So
Yes,
it would include all of that sphere of influence. I mean, that would be the best way to do it, would be to just include everything that we have.
everything. Yeah,
already-
exactly.
Right. So, but, and then in the meantime, I think we would have to, we have to vote and come up with some policies. So it may still be, unfortunately, probably another month or so, but I think we could start moving forward on it if we, you know, and the very first thing is that we need to talk to the engineer, and then we probably need to talk about, you know, just what we're willing to pay, you know, as a district, knowing that we're going to be, because if they don't end up moving forward with a connection, then we're putting out money out of pocket, out of the,
Then we would
Right.
have to run all policies through, and procedures through the attorney, right?
yeah, it's a good idea.
Really good idea. Cha-ching.
I think Dave, were you trying to say something again?
I'm nodding my head. Yes, your council needs to, your council needs to review the obviously the resolution and the proposed work.
So, but it looks like we have a path forward. It just may take a little bit longer than, you know, it's not going to be quick, but we'll try to speed it up as much as we can.
Okay,
Sounds good. So what should we, 1 month time at our next, our meeting in September, beginning of the month?
No, I think we're gonna have to put it on the planning agenda because I think there's gonna be things that we're gonna need to look at and approve.
Okay.
Still won't get a answer by, not before the first meeting of September, though.
right, but we have to do the work in for the
Right.
next meeting. So that's
Right.
2 weeks away. So Tiffany will put policy and procedure on the meeting. Is that what we're gonna work towards? Director Schoenberg?
Yeah, I think it's what we're gonna work towards. I think that we also need from, I'm not, how do you say your last name, Sam?
La Foca?
LaFocas, from the LaFocas, we would also need to get that, a proposal of what you're going to do so that we can give that to our engineer so that we have a little bit more understanding to make sure that, when we say that when we think we have the capacity that we really do. So I think we probably need a more detailed plan from you. And then we could run that by our engineer. We'll, there's a whole bunch of little steps, but I think that would be the first step, would be to get as detailed a plan as you can come up with for us to take to our engineer. And then the second step would be, if everything's good with what we're thinking, then we would move ahead with the sphere of influence. And then if that's, once that's all taken care of, well, we could issue you the letter as we're doing the sphere of influence, correct? Bud,
Yes. So yeah, all you need to do as far as LAFCO is concerned is when you guys are ready to do the sphere of influence, your municipal service review, I've already got that. We'll go ahead and review that. And then you just move forward with the municipal service review, which I believe, even if you guys pay up front, David, that will be paid. You could get your money back in 5 years after that, right? Since you paid for that one, the municipal service review and the SOI amendment?
maybe. Well,
The
yeah,
MSR has already been paid for.
Okay, all right. So in the SOI amendment, I think you already had in your budget as far as the construction and everything with the state. So I don't know if you get that money back or not. David would know that. So it might be better for you guys to just proceed, do the SOI, and then we could just go from there.
don't we have that under the planning rather than the construction, Dave? Isn't the SOI and the review, the MSR,
Yes.
all under the planning? So before we even finish out the planning, we would be able to get money back on that, correct?
Right, but it's all conditional upon the test wells finding adequate water supply. Adequate clean water supply for the areas. They're annexing Lake of the Woods and some places in between. So they want to make sure that they have adequate water before they can commit to supplying water to that area too. So that was always been part of I understood for some years ago, is that you folks wanted to make sure you have adequate water supply before you can take them on. And so
Correct.
you're establishing that this next few months.
And I think we're also going to have to go through and come up with a couple of different policies and we do have our CAC coming in to look at our rates. So that would be something that the ad hoc would need to talk about with them as well, so that we could move forward on, because this may happen again. Like if for some reason the construction doesn't go through, there's a possibility that, that some landowners on the other side, on the west side, may be interested in doing something like that, although they probably wouldn't be able to if they were very far away. But someone close to our district that might have the same situation. So.
Okay. So, Sam, you're gonna get with Johnny. Johnny's gonna get with Dee. And so we can start working on that.
All righty, that sounds great. I'll hook up with Johnny on Monday, from what I understand. And
Yeah.
we could set up a time to meet. And all right, we're moving forward.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you all for your
Sounds
time.
good.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Bud.
Thank you. So I just wanted to I just want to make sure, Johnny, so you do understand that we can't issue anything until we, we can get some idea from D, but we need to get like a more detailed plan, and we also need to do some of these policies before we can even issue that tentative letter.
Yeah, calling in on my other phone.
Can I, one last question? Do you have a little bit of,
Yes, Sam?
oh, do you have a bit of a timeline that I can sort of think about? We may get that letter. Do you have I haven't been involved in any of this public.
Well, I'm thinking it's gonna take at least a month.
Okay,
I'm thinking a couple months.
all right. So we're looking at 1 to 2 months. Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, that's what it is then.
There's a lot to look into. We want to make sure we're all protected.
Right.
No.
Okay,
It sounds like a really good thing to do. It
Director
does.
Point of
Nyman,
information,
Yes,
I'd like to reiterate that we need some sort of a written legal description of the project.
Ooh,
Sam
yeah.
has described it to us verbally, but once Sam's not here and we're moving along with our project, we need to be able to describe it and see what it is. How many spots he's going for, all the, whatever it is.
yeah,
In a
that's
written
what
form.
Lisa said, a proposal.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Will do.
Mhm.
Understood. I understand.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right,
thank you.
administrative assistance report. We're moving.
Wait a minute, shouldn't we,
There's nothing to vote on at this point.
shouldn't we move that we add it to the agenda for September?
Well, you don't
Yeah.
you
have,
have to move on that. It's just, you just
You
ask
can just
Tiffany to
ask,
do it.
yeah.
yeah, we just have to
Did
ask
I,
Tiffany.
did I miss it? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we already asked Tiffany.
It really probably needs
sorry.
to be on the next few agendas and as we add different things.
Okay, administrative assistance report.
Okay, the only thing I got is that they did end up canceling the board secretary clerk conference. I kind of assumed they would. They actually changed it
Uh-huh.
to an online format, but I wasn't willing to sit in front of a computer all day. It's a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a bit much, but they're gonna be refunding that conference fee.
Yeah, well, they already have.
Right there.
Did they already do that?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
I-
already gave a credit on the credit card.
Okay, perfect. That's all I have.
Okay, on to 7, ad hoc committee reports. There's been no meeting of local water companies. There's been no Sigma. Project committee,
Not been anything in that either.
okay. At the rate study, Lisa, you wanna,
The project committee is us, Director Nyman.
oh,
That's all those little projects that you and Lisa are doing that aren't getting
Okay.
done. But that's okay. You're doing the big ones.
I don't know where I'm at anymore.
We're here to keep it all straight.
You know, Brahma, you got it under control. Come on.
Lisa, you want to take that?
Well, I'm trying to think like what we move forward with since between the time we last met. I think that's all going to get discussed I think we actually have that as a line item on the agenda. So I think probably we can just discuss it in that area because I think they're all line items on the agenda. So, and then the rate study, we did do the kickoff, which we need to talk about. So we did the initial kickoff meeting and so we're waiting on that to move forward. They'll be letting us know when we have another meeting. We do need to, Director Nyman and myself are going to need to start looking at the assets. We also rolled in, yeah, I know that's going to be a big project. And we also rolled so we rolled that committee, so the two ad hocs rolled into each other, I believe, and I think we do need to vote on that. Do we have that on the?
We already voted that on that.
We voted to roll them both in?
That was the last, it was on the last, meeting. It's in our minutes that we're approving tonight.
Okay. Okay, I'm a little out of it too. So, okay. Yeah, so the rate study, basically we had two meetings with them. One was just an initial pre-kickoff. We did and then we did a kickoff meeting with the state and RCAC. And so, yeah, we're just waiting to move further forward on that.
Okay.
We did talk about all of the needs that we thought we might have for the rate study.
Okay, a discussion vote on dissolving the budget ad hoc.
So I don't think we need much of a discussion. I think
Just
we
need to dissolve it.
because we did complete our tasks, and so we just need to officially dissolve that.
Okay, I entertain a motion.
I will move that we dissolve the budget ad hoc.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Mr. Garcia, you need to second that, please.
Unmute.
I'll second that.
Director Garcia has seconded. Okay, roll call of directors. Director Garcia.
Discussion.
Aye.
Discussion, what's up, Dave?
Oh, sorry.
Shut up, Dave.
Well, you'll,
Go ahead.
I mean, you're going to be looking at amending your rates. That's going to be tied in with the budget. I guess at some future time, you could probably look at reestablishing a
Yes,
committee.
we will do that later, Dave.
Well,
Okay.
and that the rate study is a separate ad hoc, so we're good with that. It's just
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be part of this was just to establish the budget for this year.
Coming
Year. Okay.
Okay, roll
Sorry.
call of directors. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Okay, Director Gibson.
Abstain.
Okay, Director Kelly.
Aye.
Okay, Director Nyman's and I. Director Schoenberg.
This is an abstain.
Okay, five
Director Lisa, I like it.
502.
No,
Motion carried.
3-0.
Oh my God, this is gonna be a long night.
302.
Okay.
You can't get loopy yet. It's only 7.
Somebody's primarying me. B, vote on combining Sigma and local water company meeting ad hoc committees.
Right. So the reason I asked Tiffany to put this on is that Terry, well, we haven't been doing the local water meeting for a while. I'm not sure when that's going to start happening again. Sigma hasn't been really happening, but I figured that since Terry, Director Kelly and I are the ones that have been doing both of those, that we could just roll it into one ad hoc that deals with, local water company stuff and Sigma. And that if we do the Sigma meetings, we could, charge for that, but we haven't been charging for the local water company meetings.
So I left it, but I just.
So
Okay,
that's
well,
the impetus for that.
I'd entertain a motion. I have-
I'll make a motion that we combine the Sigma and the local water company ad hoc committees.
Okay, do I hear a second? Director Garcia.
Jerry,
I'll second that.
Okay, Director Garcia has seconded it. Okay, roll call of director. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gibson.
aye.
Director Kelly.
Abstain.
Director Nyman's and I. Director Schoenberg.
Abstain.
Okay, motion carried, 302. And on the previous one, Tiffany, it was 302. I said 502, and there's only five of us. Oh my God. Excuse me, people. I apologize. I think I'm losing it. Okay, we're on the financial business. 8, discussion vote on accounts payable financial information.
Right, okay. It's after 10 o'clock here, so bear with me.
We're hanging in there, Linda.
The total is 1,969,078.26. In the revenue operating account, we're down to $93,203.51. Now that's that includes all the checks that I cut through Monday, which is included in the check run that you have there. The total checks were $48,560.96 from that run. Plus there was one check that was in the previous one to Brentech for $919.84 that I had cut with the Paz Associates check. So I just wanted to make sure that you realize that's included here because that wasn't previously approved. Like the Paz checks had already been approved, they've already been sent out, etc. So, and I don't have anything else to report because we finished the budget. You'll notice the budget is included. The actual to budget is included on this, so everything's updated with that information as well.
Okay.
I have some questions, Linda. Could I ask a couple of questions?
Go
Of
ahead,
course.
Director Schoenberg.
Okay, so my questions first are on the Pass Associates. I noticed that there were 3 checks cut, all for $0. And then there were 3 more checks cut for the actual correct amounts. I didn't see anything that indicated that the first 3 checks were voided out. And then there's a check in between the 3 that were cut and the next one that check number doesn't match anything.
Okay, where you see the 0 checks, what happened is I cut the past checks and those checks were voided. That's why they're showing 0. And that because I had forgotten to make sure the address was on it and because what it's for, I wanted to make sure everything was correct. So I reviewed those checks and they weren't 100%. So I voided them and they're on the report. So you could see that those checks were voided.
Okay, but is there a way to indicate that they're voided rather than just a 0 amount?
No, the report it's how the QuickBooks does it. So they just turn that into a voided check. So and I keep all voided checks. And the reason for that is a lot of the auditors may want to confirm that it's in fact voided. So all the voided checks are marked voided and they're put into the file cabinet so that I have it to prove to the auditors that it was in fact a voided check.
Okay, that was my concern. And then there was a check
In
between 2 sets of checks that I couldn't find what that check was. It doesn't look like it was written out.
Linda,
Yeah,
you
I
have it
don't
14.
No, because the only checks I cut was for Brentech, the 3 past checks that were I voided, and then the 3 past checks that were placed in the voided checks.
But
So
we're
I'm
miss-
not sure which
we're-
other one you're referring
We're
to.
missing check number 14251.
Yeah, it's in the sequence between the 3 0 checks and the 3 accurate checks.
There was a check that I had forgot to take the check out of the printer and I printed a report on it. So that's probably what it was.
Okay, so again, though, there's nothing that indicates that it was voided. There's like no indication anywhere on the report that I can see that tells me that it's a voided check.
Yeah, again, that's it would show up in the general ledger and then I will confirm when I get back into the office that in fact it is showing it. And I have that voided check in the file cabinet so it can be proven that it was voided.
Okay, so I'm just hoping maybe you can write on, you wrote the amount of all the checks, so maybe you can just make a note when that happens, because
That's a good point. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, yeah, because we have no idea what's going on when we try to go through the check detail.
Right. Yeah, no, not a problem. That's an easy do. And I do appreciate that comment and I appreciate and understand the importance of being aware of that.
Okay, and then there were some additional, probably I can go back and forth with Director Nyman because I'm looking all over my desk and I don't see what I did with the check detail. I had it here, but it appears to be MIA right now. So the other thing that I know off the top of my head was that there's a number of items that are so let's say we go to a company like Groninger. What's the other name for them, Johnny?
For who?
Groninger?
It's Ferguson.
Ferguson. So Ferguson Groninger, that's a big one, and so is Ace Lumber. So what happens is we'll go there and some of the stuff we purchase and it ends up on the same invoice. So we'll purchase, like, let's say we purchase 5 items that are part of distribution system, but then we purchase tools. So what's happening is those tools should be going under tools, not distribution service.
Yeah, and it does. It's long, and Johnny's actually really good at this, except for Johnny, I'll tell you with this last one, I know you've been really busy. You didn't do it on the last one for Ace. So I know I was going to ask you about it next week when I'm back in town. But Johnny's really good about marking those. And there are times where one invoice might be allocated to 2 or 3 different accounts.
Yeah, and I didn't say anything about the Ferguson one either. And that we had some mud boots on it.
Yeah, mud boots.
Yeah, so some of them I'm able to, even if he doesn't mark it, some of it I can kind of tell what it is, what it's for. If I can't tell what it is, then I'm assuming it's distribution. But anyway, on this report, it only picks up the first line. So if there were 2 or 3 allocated to that account, on this check detail, it's only showing the first one. However, if you look at the detailed general ledger, it is showing it on those. Every account that's been applied to a particular invoice is on the detailed general ledger.
So can you just tell me, because I have all that stuff and I don't know, it just disappeared on the maybe.
Well, I can just, and I don't know because I don't have the detailed general ledger in front of me, but I can just give you like an example. So let's look at Fraser Park Lumber, which is same as Ace. And let's look at the first invoice on there. Now, that's a small invoice, so it was probably all went to one thing. But let's say that part of that was a tool and part of it was office supply. The only thing that's going to show, and in this case, it said part of it was distribution. So let's say part of it was distribution, part of it was office supply. Whichever one I inputted first is what's going to show up here. But that unless you look at the detailed general ledger, you're not going to know, oh, part of this was something else, because this report is just a list of the checks, a summary. It's not a detailed list. This is just so you know that here's the invoices that were included, the total invoices plus the total check.
Okay, so without having it in front of me right this moment.
Yeah, I don't know what, I think, Lisa, I mean, really, I don't know what your thing is. Johnny just has to make sure he writes on the actual paperwork that we get, that we're reviewing when we review the checks.
Correct.
And-
He
and-
writes
and-
it on the invoices and then it's recorded. And if
Right,
you want to
which-
see if it's
which-
recorded
which
on the detailed
Didn't
general
happen
ledger,
on
you
this
can
one
get there.
because he's been really busy and you know,
Exactly.
so it's not, there's no way for it to show up on the check detail, Director Schoenberg. So what she's saying is
But you have the other stuff as well, not just the check detail, correct? Or do you only have-
Correct. So
no, I only have the check detail.
Okay.
I don't have the general ledger.
Okay, well, maybe we can come back. I need to see where I put those. Hold on because I don't have it right in front of me. Anyway, I guess we can look at that, but we may get back to you, Linda, as far as making sure, because there was also a couple of COVID items, and I don't know if you caught those since that's a new category and put those under COVID. So for instance,
Yeah, there was actually quite a few COVID ones added this time.
but
So,
it doesn't say that. It says distribute. So for instance, I didn't see a COVID on the pharmacy receipt, and I didn't see it written correctly on the check detail either. It was, I think, under office supplies, and it's
you know,
not.
that could have been that there was something else on there, but there were a number of COVID ones, because I do recall that. And
I believe
I
that,
even mentioned to Tiffany, I said, oh, there was quite a bit of COVID ones.
okay, well, I believe that item you need to look at, because I think that invoice was all by itself. It was the only, I think it was the only
Hold on,
thing.
you talking about Tejon Ranch?
No, I'm talking about the El Tejon Pharmacy, and it was a thermometer purchased.
Right, and that, and
And the
it's-
thermometer was returned.
No, that's
Yeah,
a-
but then I bought one from El Tone Pharmacy to replace the one that was returned.
Oh, okay.
and it's under the wrong category.
I'm looking
I
for
don't even
the,
see that on the check detail.
Well, that is you don't see that because that is on the, it was included on the credit card. So if you look at the bank card center, it's just showing the total. It's not showing the breakdown.
No,
The
it doesn't.
breakdown is showing on the credit card statement.
Okay.
right. Yeah,
That's why you're not seeing it, because if it was paid through
So-
the credit card.
so that one, we need to make sure though that it goes under COVID. The
Yeah,
one-
but I
Tejon
do
Pharmacy.
remember that one, and it was put on COVID.
I
And again, if you look at the detailed general ledger, you can look at the COVID account on there and you'll see it.
I
okay.
don't see that in our packet.
Yeah, you have to ask for that separately. So I do have that. I've got it in front of me.
Okay.
Hold on 1 minute. So if we're paying on the credit card, it shows up under the company.
Correct. It's showing like there's the bank card center. The first one is the credit card that Tiffany uses, and then the second one is the credit card that Johnny uses. So on the detailed check, the check detail report, it's only showing the total of that bill for the credit card. So to get the detail, you have to go to the detailed general ledger, and then like you can look at COVID. These were all the COVID charges that were made.
Okay, I'm just looking at it right now. Just a second.
Okay, while you're looking at that, I wanted to bring something up. Johnny, on the California parking and highway, you know, the invoice that they provide, we need to have them to list the areas they're going to be patching.
No, for a fact, I know for a fact that I rode San Fernando Trail on that.
Okay, I have the thing in front of me, and it doesn't say San Fernando Trail. It just says, description, patch areas indicated with hot AC.
I don't know where the stuff is going, because I remember writing on one of them, either the email one or the one I got, but
Right,
yeah,
but they, I mean, when they should be able to write it on their paperwork.
Yeah,
they can, and I've tried to communicate that to them, but they're primarily Spanish speaking, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. So I'll tell them again, you got to put the street name on there. That patch was for up below Parcel B, right on San Fernando Trail.
Okay, well, I'll write it on this one so we have it, but yeah.
Lisa, on the.
Thank you. I'll make sure every invoice that comes through, I write on it.
Yeah, because we need to have it on there, because it's just kind of like, we're just doing an invoice for $2,400. We're paying somebody. We don't know. We're like,
I get
okay.
it.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, I get it. No, I'll make sure I write something on everyone. No worries.
okay.
To get back to the COVID, if you look at the profit and loss statement, you will see on account 64720, it does show the total COVID that was put onto the report, $256.77. So that was during July, and some of these amounts on this check detail was based on July invoices. There were some August, early first week of August on there too, but most of that was July. So it's showing up here on the report as a lump sum, but then you go to the detailed general ledger and you can get the detail of what's included in that
Yeah,
figure.
I'm still trying to find that. Do you have the number of that?
Yeah, it's 64720 is the account number. And the amount, total amount applied to that account was $256.77.
Six four. Say that again.
64720.
720.
It's on the last page of the profit and loss.
No, I'm not looking on the profit and loss. I'm looking on the general ledger. I don't even, it like skips that on mine. It goes from 6.4. Oh, no. I see it. Wait, COVID total, but it doesn't say anything. It says 0.
Okay, we'll have to look at it and figure out what's going on because it could be you're
You're
reading
looking
it
at
wrong or
general-
something weird happened. So I'll look at that. But the total for July was $256.77.
Okay, well, definitely you need to look at 64720 because it says 0.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have the other ones? I still can't find that sheet of my check detail where I put it. Do you have the other ones that we talked about, or did we cover them all?
We covered them all. Johnny talked about the mud boots and the Fraser Park lumber, the tools. So
Right.
now I just want people to be aware. I just wanted to put this in the record because we wrote a check for $18,175 for HPS Mechanical. That was for potholing, which had to do with Manita Trail and Wolf. So we should be having results for that so that we go forward. And now, now that we've done the potholing, Johnny, on Manita Trail, are we going to get an estimate on what it's going to take to replace that piping?
Yeah, absolutely. It was all exploratory. We already got the results from HPS. We got the ground opened up at the bullshit. We had the intern.
You guys, we're out of order. We're on the financials. It comes up later.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know on that particular one, the 18,000 one, I put it under distribution. I wasn't sure if that was correct because of the amount. I didn't know if it should go under something else, but I did place it under distribution.
Yeah, see, I wrote on that one too. I wrote on there that said to be sure to remind the board that it's coming out of the emergency fund.
Yeah,
you don't see that on there?
Yeah, no, I put a note on there to transfer money to the
Okay, stop for a minute. It's not going to be coming out of what we previously knew as the emergency fund, but again, that's out of order because it's a line item. We need to discuss that.
Okay, we'll discuss it. I'm just bringing up checks before we approve it, just so people are aware of some of the major, because we put out, 40-some thousand dollars, and that's a major one that I just wanted to make sure all the board that the board members were aware of that. We also, the Edison, if you notice, the Edison was 6,000.
Is that what that was? Okay.
Southern California Edison. So our Edison.
Want me to explain why that is? Part of it.
It includes the office, and then
Well, not just that, but we got
Yeah,
peak,
go ahead, Johnny.
we got peak critical pricing that you're supposed to try not to run your wells during that time. We could do that to some aspect, but for the most part, we can't with well 6. It doesn't matter what they're going to charge. It has to run because that well is running 22 or 23 hours a day. So we can't lay off for 6 hours. So that's one of the reasons why it's gotten higher. And it does it every summer.
Yeah, no, I realize
anyway.
that. I'm just bringing.
That was
it
just,
to our
that was just a point of information for the board.
Cool.
Okay, so one more point of information that I will say is that there was a note written on the 18,000, and that is going to be a transfer amount, but we need to discuss that. So I do know that I'm going to be transferring money, that's not going to stay as a check. I mean, we're going to reimburse the revenue operating fund, but we do need to pass a resolution before I can tell you what I would propose to take that money from, which account I would propose to take that money from.
And I wanted to make sure that I did, if it was confirmed that it was supposed to be part of the distribution system, or should it be improvements or something else?
It's part of, well, no, the potholing, well, I mean, that's a good question because it is capital improvement, but the potholing itself is not capital improvement. It's only capital improvement when we actually do the work. So, like the boosters. So yeah, it would go under distribution system.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to confirm, because that's what I put it under.
Okay, I entertain a motion that we approve our bills.
So I'd like to move that we approve our bills. We pay our bills.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, Director Garcia seconded it. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried 5-0-0. Okay, on to number 9, discussion
So
vote.
Thank you.
it's 10:30 here, so can I say goodbye? Or
Yes.
do you need me for anything more?
Just this unclaimed account credit, because I don't know what that's about.
Okay, number 9, discussion vote on unclaimed account credit. What is that?
That's Johnny, but I'll jump in if he's not available. So we're looking in accounts, and I did black out the account numbers because it was part of the board packet, but we found an older account that still had a account credit of 8389. It's tied to an address that's also a current account number. And we didn't know if that credit should be put toward a separate account because it's a different owner, it's a different person, or if that credit should be absorbed back, just disappeared, a negative bad debt, sorry, Linda, for the bad accounting terms, instead of making it like a bad debt, but like doing it the other way. So we just didn't know what we were supposed to do with that.
What is it from? Is it a checking account you're talking about that we didn't have any
No,
record of?
No, it's an account for a house for water service. And the person who owned it at the time is not the owner now.
Oh, I gotcha. So it's the billing system.
Yeah, billing system.
Okay.
So we would have taken that as a bad debt because we didn't have that payment if it didn't get credited. So I think it would have to go against bad debt as a positive rather than a negative. Am I correct with that, Linda?
That
Actually,
sounds correct.
I actually think what happened, if I remember correctly, is I think that credit was left on the old owner, and then when escrow comes in, they always pay everything off, and then the new owner is responsible for the bill. Somehow or another, I think that credit was left on that account, and the new owner created his own account. So I don't think there was any debt involved. I think that was an overpayment by the new buyer. I mean, not by the new buyer, by the old owner paid it, and then the new buyer paid everything else off. So that credit's just sitting there waiting for us to do something with it.
What about refunding to the previous owner.
Yeah, I asked Tanya if she could find an address or a phone number or something. So, but I wanted to run it by you and the procedure behind this going forward. If something like that happens again, we definitely need to return it to somebody. But see, that it's kind of a limbo. Who does it belong to? Did escrow pay everything and now the new owner gets that refund, or did the old owner get the refund?
You wouldn't know that unless you saw the closing statement from the purchase of that property by the new owner.
Yeah, and so I was unsure of what to do in that situation. We usually don't have that come up.
Well, we could ask the new owner if they're able to ascertain, because they would have the closing statement. So they would need to look on their closing statement and see if it was paid, and then I guess show us that, be able to just show us that section, and then we would refund to them. So if the thing is if it was over,
Yeah, I agree.
it's hard though, because sometimes the previous owner is paying part of that escrow, so there's no way to know. Like, you would have to totally look at the escrow, because
Yeah,
sometimes
it would be under the escrow because they would prorate it whichever way it was supposed to go. So it would definitely be under the escrow statement. And if it's not, that means that refund needs to go to the prior owner.
I believe it's a long time too. I think it's been quite a while since that happened. I'm not sure
Do
though.
you know how many years? Because then there's statute of limitations involved, and then if the statute of limitations is hit, then we don't need to refund it. Just put it in.
Yeah. I don't think it's been 7 years, but if Tiffany can remind me on Monday to start tracking this down, I'll come up with the best solution. And then
I believe the statute of limitations for that type of transaction, and I can do a search on it to confirm, is 4 years.
yeah, I know
Yeah.
It's not 7.
Okay. But anyway, I mean, it's a relatively small amount of money, so I'll just track down the one that, if we can't even get a hold of the old owner, then we'll just go ahead and give it to the new owner.
Well, no, we're not just gonna go ahead and give it to them unless we really owe it to them. So I think number one, you need to look at the limit, the statute, to see if it even applies, because we held on to it and
Hey,
didn't
Tiffany,
realize-
do you happen to know offhand how long it's been?
Yeah, the credit was paid in September of 2014.
Okay.
It's been 6 years.
So it may not even be applicable, in which case it just goes in the operating revenue, because they didn't come forward and say that there was some amount due to them. I mean,
All right, cool. So we'll just have
well, maybe.
we'll just give Linda the information.
Yeah, we need to look up to see if that's correct. Otherwise, we do need to otherwise it's a bunch of research, because we do need to find out who it actually belongs to.
All right.
Okay, moving on to number 10.
And again, can I just ask a question before we move on? So how did that happen? It was just our one, since we had a previous person on that system, they just didn't catch it?
Well, we don't really know exactly how it happened, but now since the new buyers get a new account, that money was sitting there, and the front desk doesn't do necessarily audits on things. If escrow doesn't send an escrow demand asking for what's owed on that account, then sometimes the bill doesn't get paid. Other times the owner pays, like say he pays his last bill, but escrow demand has already done the escrow demand. I don't know if this is what happened, but we've had cases where escrow pays, say, $80. The old owner pays his $80. So there's $80 too much at the end of the transaction, but there's no telling what happened in 2014, how it came about.
Okay.
Okay. Let's move on. 10, discussion vote on
Good night,
resolution.
Linda.
Oh, good night, Linda.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
You too.
How's Florida?
It's wonderful. It's beautiful. And the storms ended before I got here.
Wow.
But I'm very tired because the seminar is very detailed tax seminar. So I appreciate letting me get off so I can go to sleep before I have to get up.
I have a
Alright.
question though. We don't
Thank
need Linda for the auditor?
I'm sorry, what?
We don't need Linda for the engagement letter with the auditor? Is there anything we need to know before you go for the annual audit?
Seems like it's cut and dried, doesn't it?
Yeah, I am just about ready to send them that stuff, and Tiffany told me you were doing that letter. So that's good, because then I'd like to be able to start sending, getting that to them. I want to get it to them the first week of September. I'm just waiting to make sure that everything comes through in August, because sometimes it takes 2 months before I get all the invoices in for the prior year. So I think by September, we should have all the invoices for the prior fiscal year. And so I'll be able to send everything to them in September.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Bye, Linda.
Good night.
Right.
Good night. Okay, discussion vote on resolution FP 2020-813-01, resolution for change of officers of district and authorized banking. Okay. So we're changing in the red. Do you want me to just read the red?
I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Oh, there was another thing for Linda before she went away. I just found the check detail. I guess we can,
We'll have to
can
talk
I
later.
just put it on record before we move on?
Sure.
I just want to put on record that the satellite phone, I don't know where that's being budgeted to. We couldn't find it in the, we couldn't find it specifically on the check detail, so that's something we need to double check with her. Okay, sorry about that. I'm still looking for the resolution. Okay, I'm good. I realized I couldn't find the check detail because it's in this whole packet, so I forgot about that.
Okay. So I'm just going to read the red area.
Well,
What's
I don't think that'll make sense necessarily. I mean, I guess you can say,
So
yeah,
how about just describing the change?
Not that much to read. We can read it.
okay? We got a lot to do tonight. We're just okay. FPP,
You're exactly right, Brahma.
and we've been moving real slow. Before the Board of Directors of the Fraser Park Public Utility District Resolution Number FP 200813-01 in the matter of FPPUD financial accounts held at California Bank and Trust, board positions, account signers, and account designation. Whereas due to the need to restate account signers on current accounts held by the district, the need to revise and restate account descriptions, names, and designations. The need, they're adding this, the need to establish a credit card program administrator and treasury management administrator, reassign banking authorization, and restate the online banking access administrator and alternate. The following motion was introduced by Director
Schoenberg.
Okay. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the following be authorized as the primary signers to make deposits, sign checks, and drafts making withdrawals from our accounts at California Bank and Trust, Fraser Park, effective August 13th, 2020. Gerald Garcia, Director, President, Seat 1. Rebecca Gibson, Director, JPIA, Representative, seat 2. Brahma Nyman, Director, Vice President, seat 3. Lisa Schoenberg, Director, Treasurer, seat 4. Terry Kelly, Director, Secretary, seat 5. Further resolved that the Credit Card Program Administrator, Treasury Management Administrator, and Administrator of Online Banking Access shall be Lisa Schoenberg, Director, Treasurer, seat 4. Further resolved that the alternate credit card program administrator, treasury management administrator, and administrator of the online banking access shall be Brahma Nyman, Director, Vice President, seat 3. Further resolved, this resolution revises and restates for California Bank and Trust descriptions, name, designations of accounts at California Bank and Trust, Frazier Park, effective August 13th, 2020, and further resolved the FPPUD board treasurer, or in the absence of such alternate online access administrator, may transfer funds between accounts if directed, and will keep a record of such transactions with a copy given to the FPPUD bookkeeper and clerk of the board as transactions occur. And further resolved that funds from stated FPPUD accounts below to be withdrawn from said accounts on checks or drafts of the district signed by any 2 directors named above for the amounts totaling under $3,000. And any 3 named director signatures are required for amounts totaling $3,000 or more, with the exception of bills paid by credit card as approved by the board. Okay, going on to the next page. Okay, resolution number FP 20200813-01 continued. Frazier Park Public Utility District accounts. Frazier Park FPPUD only accounts. General Fund pre-USDA Loan 1 1215, formerly called the general. Distribution, this is the one that's changing, right? Distribution. What?
One of the ones changing, yes.
One of the ones changing. Distribution system account 4383, formerly called 4383 Capital Replacement Reserve, and previously Pipeline System Reserve. Okay, then okay, I'm confused here. Where it said where?
Okay, so yeah, let me just say so that this makes sense. So the we had what was the Pipeline System Reserve, which is a pretty small amount. It's like whatever it is, I don't have it in front of me, 70,000 something at the moment. But that was renamed Capital Replacement Reserve, but it's way too small to be as a capital replacement reserve. And the only way that money goes into that particular account is when people buy into the system. So it doesn't really make sense to be, I mean, the problem is that we called the Capital Improvement Reserve the wrong thing. We called it the emergency.
So this is called Distribution System Emergency Reserve.
That's what we're changing the name to. So okay, what I'd like,
because I was wondering why the one was on the second page, and because I guess there wasn't room, and it just looked weird to me. Sorry.
What do you mean on the second page? I have it on.
I mean it was on the second line.
Oh yeah, it's
all the same account.
Right.
It's the same account, so it just doesn't fit on the first line. So it's distribution system emergency reserve. So that which was our pipeline system reserve, that's where I'm gonna be if this passes, proposing that we take the money that we used for the potholing from that.
Okay.
Because that was for an emergency fix of the boosters.
And the pipeline on Moneta Trail.
Yeah. So so we're trying to change that name. We're trying to change the emergency reserve, which I'm not sure why we ever named it the emergency reserve. I think we misunderstood what RCAC. It should actually be a capital improvement reserve.
Okay, so we could just we can go on. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay. It is, yes.
Yeah, Capital Improvement Reserve 0895. That's the new name, formerly called Emergency Reserve. And then we have CPT Rewards Visa GM 7330, formerly called 515 Visa. CBT Rewards Visa AA 7305. FPPUD, USDA, or California State related required accounts. Revenue Operating Fund 1961 is the number, formerly called Revenue. Capital Improvement SLA, formerly
What's
called SLA is
Short-lived asset.
short-lived assets. 4326, formerly called Contingency Fund Pre-USDA Loan 2. So USDA Construction Project 1881, formerly called 1881 Construction Account Must Zero. USDA Payment Fund
I don't
8042.
know if you need to read all those, Brahma, because those
Okay.
are the same. None of those
Thank
change.
you.
Okay, well, I mean, I had asked if we wanted to read the whole thing, and then you said yes, and so I'll go on.
Hey,
That's fine.
Brahma, you're 100%. You are.
Further resolve that the following be authorized when under specific board direction to authorize and make purchases and payments with the California Bank and Trust Visa card within a credit limit of $14,000 to allow also pay the following bills: T-Mobile, AT&T, Southern California Edison, view and print out statements, and or place a stop check payment request for all FPPUD accounts at California Bank and Trust, Frazier Park branch, effective August 13, 2020, Johnny Allison. So we were adding in the stop payment. Further resolved.
And I also, can I ask really quick? It sounded like that excluded me to only pay AT&T, T-Mobile, and whatever instead of
It says,
all the rest.
it says to also pay the following bills.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Sorry for the interruption.
That's all right.
You get to do it. You get to interrupt.
And then there's just the date change. Tiffany's the same. Going on to page 3. Okay. Further resolve that the following be authorized to view and print out statements and print out transfers for all FPPUD accounts at California Bank and Trust, Frazier Park branch, effective August 13th, 2020. Linda Shelton. So we took away her stop payment and we gave it to Johnny. Okay.
Because he's not always available. It's easier if there's a something that we have to do quickly to have Johnny be able to do that.
Yeah. Further resolve that following to be authorized to view and print out statements and make phone inquiries regarding the FPPUD revenue operating account at California Bank and Trust branch, effective August 13th, 2020, Tanya Long. So we're adding her. Then we go down. Lastly, resolve that this resolution, FP 22000813-01, revokes all previous resolutions passed adopted by the FPPUD board, listing FPPUD board member positions and financial account designations, including all branch account signers and alternatives at California Bank and Trust Park branch, effective August 13th, 2020. Passed and adopted the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of Frazier Park Public Utility District, held on the 13th day of August 2020 by the following vote. Okay, so those are the changes that are proposed. Is everybody in agreement with those changes?
I have a question.
In agreement. I have a question.
Oh, okay, Dave, would you like to ask your question first?
I'll let the board member.
Director Gibson.
What I want to know is, do we have to do a whole new resolution when we change seats?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. Moving on. Okay, Dave.
Thank you. I just noticed you listed a number of accounts, and you're designating them as, some of them as CI capital improvement accounts. I just want to let you folks know, you understand that once you designate money for a capital improvement account, you can't move that money around to pay for O&M costs. Like,
That's correct, because the O&M costs come out of our operating, and they haven't been coming out of that, any of those accounts. It's been coming out of our operating and revenue fund.
okay,
And it also was coming out of our emergency reserve. Although it wasn't named that, but it was named capital replacement reserve, but we were actually using it incorrectly to pay for some pipeline stuff. So because it was originally the pipeline system reserve, and then somehow I don't know, the name really wasn't a correct name. So yeah, I mean, we know that the general reserve is there to pay anything we can't pay from the revenue operating. So that amount covers, which is not a large amount either, but that's there to cover emergency O&M stuff that isn't account, if we started going under what we needed. And we've borrowed from that fund before to cover stuff such as the USDA payments.
so you're comfortable with the amount of funds that you're putting aside in capital improvement plan? Funds.
I believe, so the reason why we changed his name is I believe that the capital improvement reserve was what the RCAC wanted us to do in the first place, and that we erroneously named it the emergency reserve, because it's basically the same thing, but only for capital improvement. So but you're saying if we had an emergency like the well, that we're not able to take it out of capital improvement, but that is capital improvement, right?
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, if you had a shortfall and say, your office staff was sick, and you had to hire somebody else, an outside firm, and it cost more money, you didn't have funds.
That would come out of general.
Okay, and you've got adequate funds there to cover those.
We have
That's a couple $100,000
couple
in there.
$100,000 in there.
Okay, I just
So we would
want to be,
borrow-
I thank you guys for educating me. I just want to know you guys are comfortable with that. And so, I mean, I have a district that they're really stuck with a wastewater plant that's costing them a lot of money, but they have to be careful because they can't dip into their capital improvement costs, except to maybe replace stuff, but the operating costs are so huge on that wastewater plant. So they're sort of betwixt and between. They can't put they're dedicating a lot of their revenue towards O&M costs. And they know that if they dedicated revenue towards capital improvement costs, if they're replacing a pump or other physical stuff, they can't really just pay out of that fund for their high O&M costs on a particular part of their system.
We looked at that, and you may want to look at our budget too. We tried to, in this year's budget, we tried to account for the higher potential for higher operating and maintenance O&M costs for the distribution system in particular. And so that actually, we kind of split the difference because we realized some of that's going to be coming out of capital improvement and some of it needs to be in O&M just for general stuff that doesn't have to do with capital improvement. So I think we put in, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think we raised that amount somewhat in the budget for the operating revenue, and it's still zeroed out. So I think we're okay. I was concerned because of the USDA and in the bond, it doesn't tell us that we can change any of the names on the, construction, payment, reserve, or replacement, even though our USDA person that we're working with said we could change those names. I believe that to be incorrect. And so the only thing that we could change to kind of cover some of the stuff that he was looking at and to show what we're doing with it was the contingency, which was our money, sort of like it's basically the same as the general fund, but we put that for short-lived assets for capital improvement because we didn't have that didn't even exist. And then the longer assets, which is what I believe RCAC was trying to get us to do in the first place, that's that big chunk of money that's like 900,000 right now. And that's for these, big capital improvement stuff. And then we're really going to, during the rate study, I think we're going to have to really take into account I was talking to Johnny about this. We don't we're not tracking well enough. Like when we replace something like a booster, like what we really need to be tracking all that stuff so that we're very accurate in our assets, our capital improvement stuff, so that we know, like, okay, this has been there for 15 years. We replaced this 15 years ago. We need to anticipate we're replacing it again in 5 years or whatever. And so
Okay.
those funds should be earmarked, should be that capital improvement reserve, which was called emergency, which I'm not sure why we gave it that name. I
Okay,
think
thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
Does that make sense though, Dave? Does it seem like
Yeah,
we're
no, I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes, no, you folks have well thought out, you go through everything. And as one of our employees said when they walked into your meeting, now this is a real meeting. So, you folks have high
Well,
marks.
it's killing us.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so with all these changes, I would entertain a motion that we approve this resolution.
Actually, right before we approve it, I just want to ask Dave one more question. I know, sorry. So the
No, you can't.
the short-lived assets that was brought up by Al from the USDA, that's not going to affect, I mean, do we have to have, I mean, I guess our list is not all that accurate right now. We're going to be working on that, but I was anticipating that anything short-lived, that would be a pool of money but you're saying if it's a short-lived asset and we don't have enough money in that account, that we would not be able to pull money out of the capital improvement reserve?
I don't see why not. That's short-lived asset is a term that Al, I believe, is using for describing. I mean, they go to a system and they don't expect them to put money aside for pipelines, large infrastructure, but they do expect them to put money aside for pumps, meters, stuff that's replaceable within 10, 15 years, 20 years. So those are the things. But the long-term items, you typically would get financing and go to a bank for.
That's not what RCAC told us. RCAC wanted us to set aside, this chunk that would be for something that I guess was, relatively large, because they were saying, what if you can't get financing? What if you can't get a grant? What if you can't get a loan? And they were saying that we had no reserve account to cover that, and that was a typical account that needed to happen. And that's why we started squirreling away money, because basically when they do the rate study, they take into account the fact that you may never get a loan and you may never get a grant, and you need to be able to cover certain things.
Understood. They're real concerned. I'm just talking about the short-lived assets. A well is not a short-lived asset.
Right, but I'm saying the capital improvement reserve, they were having us make that really happy, even though normally you would go out for funding. They were saying that we needed to have a large pool of money, up to $1 million, to cover us if we could not get that funding.
Yeah, but apparently John Vandenberg's the only one that's heard of the $1 million emergency reserve, because everybody else is like, wait, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
Where's that coming from?
Well,
So,
it's not
that's the deal, because John Vandenberg said that it came from AWWA recommendations, not standards, but recommendations. So this new guy, he may be able to clarify some more on that, because USDA said that if we could show some type of proof behind that, then that would make more sense. But he had not heard that yet.
Yeah, I mean, that seems, but I think it's a conservative, you want to have money aside the bank. You don't want to be just at the knife's edge of toppling over with no money. And so yeah, I understand. It's just, my frustration is that there is no, hey, these are the things that we can pull out to pay for with that money. So that's another discussion another time. So I just, but you've got that money. The thing with that money is, as someone pointed out, when you try to get grant money, you literally almost have to be broke. If you have money set aside, they may take a second look and decide you're not up to having grant money or emergency money. So, but I'm not saying be broke. I think it's good you have a pot of money to use.
Well, we should start using it and doing some of this stuff that we need to get done. So we use up some of that money.
Right.
Yeah,
And
I just spent $18,000 for you, Brahma. You're welcome.
Well, so before we pass this, because I'm just making sure that, so that capital improvement reserve, if we needed any time, I mean, we could also spend that on pipeline, because that's not, pipeline is more than, is not short-lived assets, right? That's considered longer.
right, it's not necessarily a short-lived asset. It would, USDA is using the term short-lived asset for pumps, meters, stuff that gets broken down within the next 5, 10, 15 years
Right.
that you
So
need to replace.
that makes sense with the contingency fund, because that's a much smaller, it's, a couple $100,000. It's a much smaller
Right.
pool of money.
Right. And the longer term stuff, I mean, you can try to retain that money, and you could use that to pay for portions to qualify for other, other funding. So it's a pot of money that you could use to do a dedicated project like Johnny's talking about, the
Well,
the
like I'm anticipating
station.
taking the pump station out of the capital improvement reserve, and I just want to make sure that that's a correct terminology, that's not going to hurt us if we vote on this, that we're not going to, once again, have our terminology incorrect where we're not able to pull out of that money.
I think you can argue that, yeah, the lift station it's a capital improvement. Absolutely. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
So I'll move, since I put this forward, I'll move that we approve resolution FP 202008-1301.
I'll second that.
Okay, Director Garcia has seconded it. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried 500. Okay.
Well, that took forever.
Okay, yes, thank you, Director Gibson.
So
To
can I
number
make
11.
before we move on, since we did approve this, which goes, I know, sorry guys, that the money that I'm going to transfer to cover the potholing is now going to come out of, it's going to come out of the same place, as the distribution system emergency reserve, but now that, because that we had to, that's emergency, because we have to like dip into that money right away. We had to pothole right away.
Yes.
Washed out some houses. So that I'm going to be, as long as everybody's good with that, I'm going to be transferring money from that pot to the operating revenue, which we paid the 18,000 out of.
Yes. Correct.
And thank you, Director Schoenberg. Thank you for your hard work and your understanding of all this. And I didn't mean to sigh.
Okay,
I
on to
do
number
appreciate
11.
it.
Discussion vote on establishing a credit card program administrator for California Bank and Trust. Okay. We have this, is this a different form?
It's the same form I showed you last time. So part of that was adding it to the resolution, which we just did. So now, if you're okay with the form, I'll get with Director Schoenberg, and if there's an alternate on here, to get it signed and filled out.
Yeah, there should be 2 people on it, because when I called in to check on both items, they had Jerry McKay, a previous director, and they also had, I think they might have had Gibson on there. I'm not sure, but they had 2 people that weren't currently dealing with Treasury.
Right, right. Okay, so as long as you
So
approve the
it'll
form,
be-
I'll just get with you individually so we can fill it out, choose, because you have to choose the security code.
Oh, great.
Hey, listen,
Another thing to forget. Okay.
Who is speaking? Who is the lady that's handling this? Who is that?
That's Tiffany.
I'm on my phone, not my computer.
Oh, that's
It's who?
Tiffany.
Tiffany.
Oh, okay. Tiffany, you sounding like a young girl.
Do I?
I have
Okay.
a question though. I have a question.
Director Kelling.
Only because, being part of a different group and I had to go on and do this administrator thing. I was told in order to remove somebody, they had to actually physically come into the bank.
No, Sherry said we didn't. She said as long as we fill out this form, because there's actually a box to check to remove an administrator.
Right.
She said we'd be able to do it because she knows like former directors are out of state. I mean, they're nowhere near here.
Yeah, there's no way we could get the previous directors, and I think because it might be a little bit different for this organization because we're bonded for, you know, a large sum of money,
And plus, we're doing the resolution.
and there's a resolution. I don't know if the other organization you're working with has that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, if
I was
somebody-
just
if
like,
somebody left on bad terms, you wouldn't be able to ever get them to go in there.
right.
Right.
The resolution got to be override that.
Yep. Okay. So do we need to vote on this? I entertain a motion.
I guess this, because, I mean, I guess it should be other people. I guess because I'm gonna be the person, I would probably abstain.
And then I guess I have to abstain.
I mean, we couldn't abstain on the last one because we have to have, you know, but yeah, I think on this one.
Okay, I will move that we fill out the form for the program administrator change form.
Why don't you just read what's on number 11?
Okay, I move that we
Establish a credit card.
establish a credit card program administrator for California Bank and Trust.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
I second it.
Okay, Director Gibson is going to second that. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gibson.
Aye.
Director Kelly.
Aye.
Director Diamond's an abstention. Director Schoenberg.
Abstain.
Okay. Motion carried 302. Okay. 12, discussion vote on authorization to DocuSign Treasury Management Resolution and Agreement for California Bank and Trust. Oh, Lord.
So this form was also last month it came on the agenda. I know Director Schoenberg wasn't necessarily comfortable with it, but I don't think you're assigning anything to employees at this point. This is just giving a director the authority to sign a treasury management resolution, and that resolution then later may authorize myself or the front desk to do the remote check deposit, but we're at an impasse as far as getting the new billing clerk a login until we have this authorization.
Well, and again, we have previous directors that are under this that shouldn't be on there. So we have no choice but to put it through, and then we can decide if the treasurer and the alternate would be the people who would you know, who would hold that information, and she would use their password, or if we would additionally get a password.
Yeah, I don't think you would be able to just from experience setting up the new system, you wouldn't want to give out that information. You wouldn't want to hold your own password and then give it out. I'm learning that in the last 2 days. It's become a little bit problematic for her to have my login stuff.
Yeah, it's important that the person that only one person has that login, so they would be criminally liable or civilly liable if they did something wrong. So you don't want to be sharing passwords for that.
Well, then still potentially a problem, because the reason why I was uncomfortable with someone outside the board signing this is that then they have treasury management. I mean, basically it's, you know, it's bigger than that password.
Still going to be all confirmed and followed up by our bookkeeper, by the board, and by the auditor, correct? Any kind of transactions or whatever is going to be caught, you know, on the bank statements, and the first meeting that we have after whatever it is, you know, happens.
Yeah, see, this form, I believe, would be signed and filled out by Director Schoenberg and Director Nyman, at which point it sounds like we then make a resolution, and in that resolution, it would authorize whoever's going to be doing the deposits.
I think that's correct. I think that this form wouldn't be her right. I think that we would have another resolution on top of this, and I think we weren't able to do that because the current people on here are no longer directors.
Right.
So I think it's just on this one, I think it's just McKay. So, or it's, I forget, but it's, but I know when I called in, I didn't have any authorization. So, yeah, so I think you're right. I think we're okay with this. And then I think we need to go further with the bank, and we would give them a resolution. But that this outlines who could be a part of that resolution. I don't know, because it says, please provide and confirm the following pieces of information for the individuals who will be signing the Treasury Management Resolution and acceptance of Treasury Management Agreements. I don't know, I still have some questions about this, because I don't recall ever signing this one before.
It might be, you'd be able to ask Sherry those questions, because if you're going to bring her the bank resolution anyway, maybe talk to her about that.
Right.
Because it is confusing.
And then it says down here how to determine, are we a corporation, a general limited partnership, or a limited liability?
Oh my God.
You're not a corporation, you're a public entity.
And that's not at all what any of this has to say.
Yeah, we're none of those three.
Technically, somebody told me that we were a corporation.
Can't hear you, John.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At one point, I was told we are a corporation, but I've not found any letters of incorporation anywhere.
No, you would.
I don't
you're not
think we can
listed.
be.
You're not. You're a public district. That's a government subdivision.
Yeah, I had that same
Right,
argument.
but this doesn't matter. The determination of who may execute doesn't matter, because we sign a resolution, and that's what that previous resolution thus is who can execute this. States Director Nyman, and it states myself, so it states whoever the treasurer is and an alternate. So I mean, I think it's okay. I think we just need to, so I would say that you should move that we pass this, but we need to just, we need to also just double check everything with Sherry of how we would move forward from here, because we're obviously not the people that would have the password to put in the checks remote. I think the reason we couldn't change those, we couldn't put Tanya on there because we haven't signed this. There's the people who are on this are no longer able to do this.
Right.
They're not directors anymore. So I think it's okay. But again, I think that probably Director Nyman and I, even though we voted on the first on the resolution, it's sort of a safer way to have us abstain from both of these so that it's, it's just sort of saying that we didn't have our hand, and because, even though we've all voted on the resolution, I think it's best that we abstain from this one.
So what are we doing here?
So you want somebody to move that we pass and sign this, but with more input from Sherry?
What I'm saying is I think we need to pass this no matter what, because right now we need to remove the people that they have as the management people for, they have Jerry McKay listed on all these forms. I don't know when they ever got signed or how it works, but he's the director that's the main person on all of this stuff. And he is not a director anymore, nor is he even in the state.
He's been gone 6 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I believe that someone needs to pass this resolution, that we go ahead and fill it out with Director Nyman and myself, and then we're going to need to figure out with Sherry how we move forward to get a password for Tanya.
Now is this?
Oh,
this
God,
is
darn it.
management.
Well, we need somebody to make a motion.
Now is it now on here on number 12 it says to authorization for DocuSign treasure management. Is that what this is? And the resolution?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the DocuSign as well.
The second page is.
Okay.
God darn it, I can't.
So our signatures would be on the documents, but I think that, Tanya we would have to figure out how we allow Tanya to get a password. But I think it's because we couldn't change that because Tiffany's not on it. Tanya's not on it. Tiffany already has a password, but the only way we can issue a password is to have two directors actually, have this information. We don't want it to be under our front desk person. We want it to be under board members, but then we need to figure out beyond this how we get that password. It doesn't say any of that. Does that make sense? It's just, this is just saying that we have authority to do documents, to DocuSign for treasury documents, but because it's capturing our signatures, but it's not giving us authority to do the remote. I mean, the whole reason we need this is for that remote deposit. But we don't want her signing she's not signing documents for remote deposit. We just need people who can sign or who are part of a resolution. As far as my understanding, I mean, I'm a little iffy with this whole thing. Like I said, we've never had this. I don't recall ever filling this out while I've been on the board, but somehow Jerry's name is on it. So I guess at some point it got filled out.
All right, let me have a crack at it.
Go ahead, Director Garcia.
Thank you. Then I would move that we authorize to fill out the DocuSign treasury management resolution so that we might eliminate the board members that are no longer with us and replace them with our authorized representatives. And also complete the DocuSign information.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Director Kelling has seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson, Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's an abstain. Director Schoenberg.
Jane,
Okay, that's 3-0, 2 abstentions, motion carried. Okay, on to 12. On to 13. Discussion vote on 2020 engagement letter with BHK Audit. So this is just a standard letter saying that we are going to do our audit with them.
there is a typo on this that I want everybody to realize. It's in the beginning of the letter, first paragraph. It says that it's for the year ended June 30th, 2002.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught it too. Thank you, Lisa.
Why is this dated July 16th?
Well, that'll have to be changed because it's August 13th.
But that's when they sent it to us.
Oh, that's what they sent it to us?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just takes a while for the next board meeting. We're in the next month.
Oh, and the next one is, this is, the second one is, that's the first one. The second one is what we're approving.
Are we improving both of them?
Well, we're approving them to be our auditors, basically.
So we're not approving these letters at all.
We're not per se approving the letters, but they do need to amend that letter. And then we're approving, basically it's a letter of engagement, and then the second part is talking about what they provide. So basically this is the same letter we get every year.
So the cost is going to be between 17,000.
I can't hear you, Director Nyman.
You faded out, Rama.
Hello?
He gone.
His computer froze or something.
Can I ask a question while we're waiting for him? And I hope it doesn't take long to answer, but they mention in this letter, can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Good, thank you, Terry. They mention RSI and that how required supplemental information, and that like somehow they're not responsible for that. I didn't understand it.
What page you talking about?
Well, it's on page 1, and I think it's on page 2, and it's
The first letter. Or second?
It's the first letter. I think it's in the second letter as well. But in like the first letter, first page,
First paragraph, it says the following RSI is required by U.S. generally accepted accounting principles and will be subjected to certain limited procedures, but will not be audited. That's the okay, so I can explain that. That's the management's discussion and analysis. So what happens every year, which I'm not always so thrilled with how we fill it out. I'd like to do it a little bit better, but what happens is that Johnny is required to give them the managers, so they kind of help him with it a little bit, but it's basically he's providing the numbers that they're working with based on the information that Linda gives. So based on our, our final numbers each year for things, he does a discussion and analysis. So whenever they give us the audit, the first, I don't remember how many pages, but there's a section that's called management's discussion and analysis. Basically, they're saying if that information in there is inaccurate, they don't audit that part. They're taking that at face value because that's coming from the management of the company.
Okay.
Okay. So it's kind of a disclaimer.
Yeah, it just says that they don't really have anything to do with that part, that they do the rest of the audit, but when the management's discussion and analysis is on us.
Okay.
Yeah, we provide the numbers.
Right.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry,
Thank you.
my computer crashed.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Well, not my computer, my internet.
Hey, do we got to approve these one at a time, these letters?
No, we just
Or
have to.
accept them?
Basically, we can tell them that there's a couple of typos on here, but basically we're improving the letter of engagement.
Okay.
So I entertain a motion that we approve.
The first one's the letter to us, and then the second one's the letter of engagement, I think.
Well, you only have to approve the letter of engagement.
Right.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the BHK engagement letter with the amendments that we've mentioned.
For 2020.
2020.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Director Kelling's second that. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried 500. Okay, can we take a brief recess?
Of course.
Quick question before we go on recess. Who have we been having sign this? Is the treasurer? Do I sign this? Tiffany?
Oh, yeah, just.
I think the board president always signs it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we take a 10-minute break. I would
I
like
will
to,
motion that we take a 10-minute break.
do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Director Kelling seconded it. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Aye, okay. Motion
Check your
carried
emails.
500. Oh my God.
Dave said to check your email.
8:33.
Okay.
I got it.
Okay.
Johnny, you need to check your email.
What's in
send-
it?
All right.
What are you sending, Dave?
Just some information I'm gonna be talking about.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't tell her that yet?
Yeah, I told her, I said, you know, yeah, because when I started to cry, I said, "You okay?" And I said, "Yeah." No, you're not. No, I'm not. And, but I told her, she said, you know, I
And she was like, what? Oh, yeah.
no,
Friday, she can get the same job. Oh. Okay. Uh-huh. I do too. Uh-huh.
a hot person, I mean, I'm just trying to understand for employees like that are under contract that have a lot of that it's set up with I got any contact like that. I am
Do it, because you need to be on, she needs to know. If she thinks she's under stress, she needs to know that you're doing something to stop it. Or you will. I thought, you know, the way you were, you know, yeah, I was tough on you, but, you know, you were pretty savage. And so this presents itself as, okay, yeah, you do realize that you putting that note is not about the things you want to do later. It's a big business, you know? I felt extremely upset.
I didn't receive an email from you, Dave.
Trying to get everybody's name down.
Oh.
No. There, I'm gonna send it out. If some people don't get it, you're gonna have to forward it. There, I just sent it. Sorry. I've been scrambling because not everybody's emails pops up. So you and Lisa, Johnny, and Tiffany's pop up, but I had to get Terry, Gerald, and the other board member for your name. So sorry. Okay, one got undeliverable. And
Oh, I just got it.
okay, it was undeliverable to Rebecca. I just had put the wrong thing in. So it kicked back on Rebecca. It just is it's a list of emails that was correspondence between Self-Help District, Al Corial, just for reference.
I only see one thing.
I sent you it's an attachment, a Word document,
Oh, okay.
and it has to be forwarded to Rebecca. I messed up on her email, so.
You can never retire, Dave.
Well, in about a year, I'm gonna be gone.
Yeah?
Yeah, but I'm not leaving, or I'm not planning on dying. No, all this new blood's coming into Self-Help, so I don't need to get in the way. So I do enjoy what I'm doing. I do enjoy working with people out there in the community. So, I mean, you guys are my friends.
Yeah, definitely. God, we spend enough time together.
Yeah.
I have been primary, Dave, so who knows? I may not be on the board. Depends on if I win the election or not.
Oh, what do you mean primary?
Well, somebody's running against me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. His name is G. Rick.
Huh.
I don't know much about him, other than he was involved in Fiesta Days up here.
Oh.
And he did come to the board meeting probably, I don't know how long ago, but a long time ago, to complain about the ideas for the pond.
Oh. Yeah. The pond's still dry,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and it's still a contention. So
And
maybe
the water.
that'll probably be his
We
platform.
got a puddle. There's a puddle over there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, but it was interesting. I was up in Lake of the Woods about 2 months ago, and we went to look at their lower spring and look at their other springs. Where that creek comes through right where as you go past Chuchupati, it likes a hairpin turn.
Yeah.
Their lower spring is just a thing in the ground, and I've never seen it. It's usually been 18 to 2.5 feet off the very bottom, about 8 feet down. That water, that stream was running through there, and that stream actually runs all the way down into Lake of the Woods, past their well number 6. It's Cuddy Creek. But that water level was up about 2 feet from the top.
Wow.
I've never seen it like that. Even last year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so
that
the mountain water level seems to be.
That's my brother-in-law's house.
Is it?
Well, that stream ran by my brother-in-law's house too, but it's gone now.
Oh, is it dried up now?
It was only during the snow melt that it went by his house. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. The snow melt, it was enough to where the kids were playing in that stream, and they're right at the Y where it splits off to Lockwood Valley and Chuchupati. But that stream stopped.
Yeah. But that tells me that the water levels are up. I mean, it's not drought. But,
Well, I mean, like I said, in the end of the pond, you had, it had been running, just a little trickle has been running in there. Like you maybe have, what, probably Terry 6 inches or a foot
yeah,
in the one little corner.
yeah.
But, and has stayed, I think it's starting to dry up now.
Can
But,
we go on with the meeting, guys?
yes,
If we're-
okay. Call back to order. From break at 8:46. Okay, we're on to 14, discussion vote on Lake of the Woods Consolidation Planning Project. A, discussion vote update on test wells. Johnny, you want to take that one?
Well, I have a question, Johnny. Wasn't Dee supposed to get me the new document, and weren't we supposed to?
Yeah, that
vote?
document I believe came in today. I think it said, I think I seen it on the email. Tiffany, did you get one?
That's deep.
Yeah, he sent a copy to the ad hoc and Johnny and I believe.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You did? I didn't. I saw updated. Oh, I see. You put draft, but this is for well 5.
Oh, okay. I thought it was for the planning specs.
No, he was supposed to have that, and we're supposed to be voting on it. I don't know. I didn't see, we're supposed to have the bid document and we're supposed to be voting on whether we're going to be going out to bid.
Yeah, I thought I seen that too, but I guess I'm wrong. I guess I have to check again.
I think we did get I printed it out today, the updated plans and specs.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Where, I didn't get that. You did?
Yeah, you sent an email.
August 12th.
Tiffany, did the boys bring it out?
No, there was no deliveries. They were out on
Um,
leaks, so nothing got.
He did that on August 12th. That was yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I thought he'd gotten it into us, but we're all working on leaks, so.
Sam, I need your stuff out.
Can you guys hear me still?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, we're not on that. We're on.
Sorry about that.
So on the test well site, what are we discussing?
Okay, so on the test well sites, we had a meeting with the prospective buyers, Alan Dowd and Scott, which is their attorney. It turns out that the buyers had a bunch of misconceptions about who that water belonged to. And so our attorney, as well as their attorney, explained that to them. We're hoping that now that they understand, because they want to do a development, that they have no rights to that water and that they have no right to get monetary reimbursement for that water. So I think with them understanding that, we're hoping that, especially if they want to proceed forward with their development and with purchasing the land, that they're going to have to work with us. And that means agree to us going onto their property. We did get, I seen a email today from Alan Dowd that I forwarded to Lisa and Brahma. And I believe that it said that we had a December 2nd, I think.
No, September 2nd.
September 2nd court date if they don't agree to something before that. Alternatively, we also have an issue with Emily Wainwright. She has not been responding to any kind of calls or anything. So Dee wants me to try to go to her house, but the last I heard, he thought that she lived in Arizona, but I don't think that's the case. So I'm going to try to track her down on the mountain and see if I could go talk to her. And see what
She
her
lives
problem
up
is.
in Los Padres Estates.
Yeah, and I just found out that
Up at
Friend
the
of
top
mine.
of the canyon.
Yeah, a friend of mine, his wife knows her on a personal level, and she's going to graciously reach out and try to touch bases with her to find out if we even have the right phone number. You know, we don't know. I know that her nephew works for us, and he says that she's always hard to get a hold of, but I'm starting to find it hard to believe that after all this time, she's not responding to phone calls or letters.
Well, I know somebody who rents from her, and she hadn't cashed her checks for several months.
Really?
And she finally contacted her, I think this last week, and talked to her.
Okay. Well, that kind of makes me feel better. Maybe she had something going on herself, and she's just now catching back up on her business.
But yeah, I think we need to either go to her physically, reach out, whatever we need to do, because
Yeah, well, I certainly will at the beginning of the month, because if not, we'll have to, proceed like we did with SEA.
We need to do that sooner than that, I think, because right now I don't see us going out to bid if we don't even have either of these properties secured.
We have to do it before Monday?
no, not before Monday.
Said
Oh,
the
that's what I
first-
said. At the beginning of the week.
You said the
I'm
beginning-
sorry.
Yeah, you said
All right,
the
I'm
beginning of
sorry.
the month, and I said,
Yeah,
wait, that's
I'm
September.
sorry. No, the beginning of the week, Monday or Tuesday, I'm gonna try to find out. Hey, I've
Okay.
heard that she lived in Los Padres, and then I'll drive up there and see if I could talk to her just to see. Wait, I mean, she may just tell me to get lost, and if it does, at least then we'll know. But she's usually pretty nice to me, so hopefully it's just an issue that she has family matters or something that she's been attending to.
Well, I know she wasn't feeling well for a while, and her son was going to see her, and she seems to be better from what I hear.
Okay, so I do have a question, because it appears that the court date has changed from what was told to us by Dee. Dee was saying it was an August
18.
20th or something court.
It was
And
18.
yeah, and then that's what we thought too, but I think because of COVID and things getting put back, and I could be wrong about the date, but we just got I sent it to you. You and
Yeah, I'm reading it right
Brahma
now.
today, the response I had, which
I'm reading it right now. It says September 2nd.
okay, yeah, so I don't know what to tell you. I think that the hope was for the 18th, and that's what we thought it was going to be, but apparently it's not.
And it also says we can serve by first class mail, which we have done now.
Yeah.
So, but okay, so
Okay.
I just sent you some information, correspondence I had, well, some email, telephone, contact information on Emily Wainwright. I sent it to Johnny, Dee, and Tiffany.
Okay, and let me see. Yeah, I think I had the home number, but I didn't have her mobile number, so that's what I'll use on Monday to try to reach out to her as well.
It might be dated, but that's what I've got. And I had her email there too.
Perfect. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and her email's there also. So.
All right, ideal.
Okay. On to discussion vote on proceeding with advertisement for bids on the regional project test well sites.
well, I kind of have an issue with going out to bid. I mean, I know that Dee's pushing us really hard to start advertising, but we don't have either one of these properties secured at this point.
Well, yeah, no, that's true. Definitely Wainwright's for sure, but the impression I got from talking to Scott, talking with Scott, the attorney for the buyers anyway, that he even implied that there was, without question, that it's our right to go on that property. And then after our phone call, he was having a discussion with his client. So I don't know how after that phone call, they would have any doubts that we're going to get access on our court date. But the Emily Wainwright property, that's another matter. We would have to, I'm assuming, without asking Alan, I'm assuming that we can't add somebody else onto that same court date, so we would have to start that process over again. But D has been very reluctant as of I, because we didn't want to start that with a family or a Mountain Communities member unnecessarily. So now I guess it's time that if early next week she doesn't reach out to us, I guess we'll have to start that process with you guys voting on that, of course.
Yeah, I think it's a real issue that the only property that we have secured is the one that we really don't necessarily even want to drill on unless we have to.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, well, again, I think Saya is a given as of September 2nd, whenever that is. But Emily Wainwright, it would have to be set back farther.
It's not necessarily a given. It's only a given that we have a court date. I mean, I think that we would win approval, but it's not a given.
All of the attorneys say that it is, that we have absolute right to that. We have absolute right to do that, and we only have to give the appraised value of the land. Alan didn't even want to discuss it with the prospective buyers because he just kept on telling them, you need to talk to Scott. And on the side, Alan had told me that he had talked to Scott, and Scott's a water lawyer, and he's sure that Scott also knows that there's not really any way they can fight this. Well, we still have to do it with Emily.
I know that Dee was saying that we could go ahead and go out to bid, and they didn't have to go actually on the land to give us the bids.
Well, no, that's two separate things. The bid, they don't have to go on the land at all for the bid. He was talking about the appraisers. They don't have to go out on the land, and for the environmental, they can just walk up to the fence and look and see what it is and do all their work. But the bid itself, they're going to just look at the bid package that you guys have gone over, and then they're going to decide how much they're going to charge us. Well, okay.
Well, the question is, what does it cost us to go out to, because we don't have to award the bid, is what he was saying.
Yeah, he was saying we could always pull that back if we didn't have access to the property. So it was, like I was saying, separate issue than going on the property. They could bid it without going on the property, but we have to have access for them to do the work.
And then they just have to send it out for bid again. If we can't get it before the winter, then it's going to be the spring.
Yeah, and if it looks like we're going to have a dry winter, they may go ahead and bid it, even if we are getting to winter. Depends on what they think. Couldn't you pass that? Well, no, I mean, if you don't feel like passing it, we could do it again in another 2 weeks, and hopefully in the next 2 weeks we'll have an answer from Emily and a better answer from Alan on whether or not they've resolved this issue with the prospective buyers and the filing. We could plan on having a conference call with Alan at the next planning meeting. Just put it off 2 more weeks.
I have a question. I have 2 questions. One for Dave. Don't we have to also have the environmental stuff before the bid goes out? Didn't you say that?
I don't have the correct piece of paper. Before you, I think, I don't recall. And the environmental, I understood he was supposed to be out this week, but has he stopped by, Johnny?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Has Tom Dotson checked in with you folks to look at any of those sites?
He has not.
Okay. I talked to him last week. He said he was planning to go out with the biologists / the other people that have to look at the site. Oh,
okay.
But I don't have the exact, Lisa, on your question of do we have to wait for bid? I don't have the paperwork in front of me. I apologize. with reference to that. If I can be allowed to search for it, and then at a later time this evening, I could find something related to that.
Because right now in the bid documents, it says that we would receive the sealed proposals and open them at 3 p.m. Tuesday, September 22nd.
Yeah, and my understanding is that I recall from talking with Tom, is that his goal is to get the notice of exemption out to you folks for the fourth Thursday meeting.
Right, but that wouldn't give us so Tuesday, September 22nd, unless we pass it today, it doesn't really give us 30 days, right? Because when's the second meeting is, the second meeting is the 27th, so that would already cut into the days. So unless we had a special meeting on the 20th to approve this, we would need to either approve it tonight, which I haven't even looked at to see the corrections, although I'm sure we could approve it with the amended correction, which we already sort of did. We just didn't, well, actually, we already approved the document with the amendment. So I just need to go over that with Dee. What we didn't approve going out to bid.
Lisa, they have like 30 days to first of all, to submit a bid.
I'm telling you that if we don't vote on it tonight, they do not have 30 days. He needs to go in.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that's why we need to vote on it because if it doesn't work out, we don't have to award the bid, is what Dee said.
Right, but then if we don't award the bid and we mess around because we don't have the property, the bidders may decide that they don't want to even deal with it because we're hemming and hawing.
Yeah, but I think we still have to hope for the best, and then if it doesn't pan out, then we have to just go ahead and not award the bid.
I still need to hear from Dave. So I would like to move that we push this forward in the agenda so that we can wait for him to find out if we need to have the environmental first.
Yeah, but how is he going to have time to look for that
He's looking
paperwork?
for it right now. He's asked us to move it forward in the agenda. And then I need to move, we're already over time. I need to move that. So before we do any of that, I need to move that we continue with business till we're done.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll
You
second
said, okay, Director Kelling seconded it. At 9:04, roll call of directors, Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Okay.
So now I would like to move that we.
Motion carried 5-0-0.
Sorry. I'd like to move that we take item 14B and place it further on the agenda after item 21.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll
Second.
that.
Okay, Director Garcia seconded. Roll call of directors, Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
5-0-0, motion carried. Okay, moving on to discussion vote on well number 5 emergency replacement project. Let's see, we need Dave for that. A, discussion vote on USDA grant loan application.
Okay, did you folks get some correspondence from Oscar?
He was
Yeah.
having difficulties.
Okay,
Yes, we did get correspondence.
Okay.
and I just sent you, over during the break, I sent you there was basically a Word document that was listing various emails from most recent to the past within the last month.
We got that, Dave.
Someone's
Well,
got music.
What's going on?
I don't know who that is.
I don't either. Did we extend the meeting?
Yes, we
Yeah.
did.
Okay, well, you look at that correspondence, you go about to July 31st, an email from Al Coryell. On the first page. And at the very bottom of that, it says, based on everything we've seen and talked about over these past several months, this project will be recommended on a loan-only basis. I think you probably folks have already known that.
Yes.
So that said, Oscar prepared a sheet which went through, hey, here's USDA loan funding. We also had a call with the iBank, and we know state funding takes forever. And it may be a lower interest, but it doesn't, it takes about a year or more, about almost 2 years for them to approve funding, even if it's a loan. So it appears that you could still go forward with USDA and apply for a loan. And their rates are 1.5% for this project, because Al at the top answered my question of, well, what's the loan interest rate for this project? It's 1.5%. What Oscar provided on the sheet was, we have a spreadsheet where if you look at that other sheet, I don't know, do you folks all have that spreadsheet? Or that listing of Fraser Park emergency well replacement funding options?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Damn it.
Yeah,
Okay, then
that came in a different email.
Well, it works out if you finance $829,142 at 1.5% for 40 years. It shows what your annual payment would be. It shows your 10% reserve. It shows your total obligation per year based on 1,300 users. It's sort of a rough crude assessment. I had an average user charge of $89. But that's just an average user charge using a number. So the additional monthly debt service would be $1.95. And what I believe is that you could find those funds already being put aside for a well in your existing capital improvement. As we discussed a couple weeks ago about dedicating so many thousands of dollars per month towards the capital improvement fund. If you earmarked $1.95 per person or per service, you could, I believe you could get that out of your capital improvement fund to dedicate that source towards the USDA loan. Now that's assuming you wanted to go for a full $829,000 loan. You could contribute part of your capital improvement costs, and you could have go for a lower interest rate, lower loan amount.
But Dave, we can't get a loan without doing interim financing.
And the interim financing is, you could go to, well, Al explained in his email, if you go to page, yeah, they'd want an interim loan, and there would be fees or interest. Go back.
And the interest rate, if we don't do the state, is going to be higher considerably than the 1.5.
Right. Our CAC has, I think, well, there's interim Well, there's interim bridge loan financing, which you would pay for the project, and then USDA would come in and make you a loan for the full amount that was of the costs that were incurred, which would be interest and the other work, the interest, loan fees and such. So, I mean, you can go forward with the USDA loan. It looks like to be the best deal. You still need to contact banks, your local bank, and just say, hey, what would your interest rates be? Or is it possible? Would they make you a loan? They may or may not accept it, but if you want to move forward the USDA loan, Al had basically a list, and I had some stuff down here in the previous emails that you needed to do. Update the engineer's report, and contact some banks about some type, they call it interim financing. In other words, they just want you to get a loan, a construction loan, build it, then they'd come in and pay for it with their loan funds, and you'd have a long-term loan with them.
So they put, when you say interim financing, you're like, they pay the loan off that so you're paying 5.25% during that interim time. So for 2 years, you're going to be paying 5.25%, for example, and then they would come in and pay that loan off, and then it would change to 1.5%.
And this interim construction financing, I think when he reached out to Mike Carnes, was in relation to covering loan costs, and it's just for the duration of the construction project. I mean, you're going to have that well constructed within 6 months, right?
I would hope so.
Right. I mean, it's
but the thing is, we're into the winter. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to drill it.
right. Well, you wouldn't sign the loan documents. I mean, you could. You never know. I mean, you could arrange the financing, but you wouldn't be obligated until such time as you sign documents and such.
I have a weird question, Dave.
Sure.
If we were to pay out of our capital improvement, use a portion of that not to request a loan. I mean, I don't even know if this is possible. And then ask them, so instead of going out for interim funding, have they ever done something where, because we would, if we pay completely out of we have the money to pay just about, or probably, but if we paid out of that, we wouldn't be able to deplete it all the way. So, I mean, if we paid like 50% of it out of that money and then tried to would they consider giving us a loan on if we paid for it and then tried to get a loan of 1.5 for USDA in order to not have an empty capital replacement fund? Is there a way to do that, or does it always have to be a loan?
Well, actually, there is on the second page, the middle letter from Al. And it says, thanks for the meeting. One more thing. Remember that if the district must self-finance or get a construction loan, I believe some banks will provide interim financing if the district puts the same amount of money in a CD until the project is complete. This would soak up $829,000 at least. Also, for the interim loan, there would be fees and interest. I guess there's a question of you could self-finance.
But I'm saying, is there a possibility of not even doing the loan in a CD, actually using that money to go out, but then asking for a reimbursement of a partial amount of that money through loan?
The impression I got was part of the reason why they want you to do interim financing is so you're giving the business to the local economy, to the banks. I don't know if that's true, but that's the impression I got.
Yeah, that is, and many folks who have no money in the bank, many applicants, are required to still do it, but they can just say, look, we can't afford these rates. We can't afford to pay it. It's an added cost. And then USDA would then say you did your due diligence on checking with the local banks. And, but in some cases, the entity might be able to afford a loan and spend the money locally, pay the money locally to the local bank, if you call that, yeah. So Al said it's required. They're required to have applicants go through that step.
I have a question. On the emergency well replacement, do we have to do a test well before we can actually bring somebody up and start drilling?
No, we already know that there's water there because we have an existing well already, and that existing well used to pump 500 gallons a minute. So all we have to do is drill another well.
And your well is close enough, your proposed new well is close enough to the older well to be assured that the water quality and the volume is there.
Yeah, we're literally going to be about 10 feet away. We were going to be a little bit farther away, but then I went out and I mapped out septic tanks and realized that the best place to put it was about 10 feet away from the existing well.
And probably, I mean, Johnny, do you see it them not being able to drill a well in the, let's say in the wintertime?
I mean, for the last several winters, I don't see that that's a problem at all. And also, as a side note, I wanted to point out that I had D. Jasper come up and do another sand test where they measure the amount of sand that's intruding on our well. They did one right after the repairs were made, and so far, there's almost no sand intruding on our well. So even if we have to go through winter, I want to say, mostly confident that we can make it through the winter, but there's a lot of times when we have a very dry winter, especially all the way through November and December. So,
Well, but you're saying last year, we did not have that last year. We had 3 feet of snow in both November and December.
Right.
we got hammered that one snow that was really good, but after that, it wasn't bad the rest of the winter. But
Thanksgiving and Christmas last year, and the year before, we also had a big snow.
Right.
the only time I really got hit hard was Christmas. Christmas was the only time that I couldn't move around. But really,
Well,
it was still for a short period of time. So it's really going to depend on if the drillers want to come up. D said that if they're concerned that they'll get stuck, they won't come. But what I'm saying is if it could still go out to bid, but they could just decide with you guys when they're going to come. If it doesn't look like we're going to have enough time, then we'll have to put it off until after the winter time. Which is why I had them do the sand test.
So I think we can't really vote on the USDA until we go out to banks and try to find out anything.
Well, I'll forward you an email, Lisa, that I already reached.
Becky, you need to.
Hello? Okay.
You need to mute yourself.
Who? I'm sorry.
Okay, anyway, I already reached out to California Bank and Trust. They sent me back an email. I'll forward that back out to you guys. And so it was asking for some information. They want to know how much we're going to borrow and all that stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and send it to you right now. And so at least one of them I've already reached out to. Who should I send it to? Just to everybody and just nobody comment?
Yes.
Is that all right? So, and then we can reach out to another bank and see what they say.
And I'd also recommend you maybe try RCAC, Rural Community Assistance Corporation.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. And I thought also, well, the next one I was going to reach out to was CSDA. They have a lot of banks that work with special districts, and they may be able to give us a quote.
I thought that's iBank.
No.
I'm not sure.
iBank is we checked with iBank. they have their, they said their floor interest rate is about 2.5%, but the interest rate varies on the applicant. And they said, if the board wants to authorize them to just do a preliminary assessment, they could provide a more, better idea of what the cost would be. Or
I cannot hear well and it's driving me crazy. Whoever has that noise going on, it really is difficult.
It's quiet. Oscar and I talked to the iBank folks. They do make funds available. But the interest rate starts at, or is at around 2.5%. It varies, but it's also dependent on who the applicant is. Can you folks hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So Oscar listed some information there. If there's interest, the iBank just said, hey, let them know, and they would, if you have information online, they could look at it. If the board decides, they could go and do like an assessment. So they said they would need financials for the last 5 years, which we can get them. So
Yeah.
they would just do a preliminary analysis of where you would stand in as far as getting financing from them. Now that interest rate's about 2.5%. It varies. Whereas USDA is at 1.5%.
Well,
But iBank can still be considered a bridge loan.
No, iBank would be more of a long-term loan.
Okay. So iBank would be in lieu of USDA if we decided we didn't want to go through USDA.
Right. It's an option. You could ask them for a preliminary analysis. They do it for free. But they'd say, you know, if the district decides to, they'd be happy to do it.
And we went through iBank at 2.5% or whatever they tell us. How we would still need to do an analysis of what that would mean in terms of paying it back, because we would still need to find out if we would have to raise rates.
Right.
I guess
Right, that would be-
technically we could use, couldn't we use some of the CIP money and only have to borrow half as much rather than spend all of our nest egg? We could spend half of it and then finance the rest of it.
That's
Yes.
that's along the lines that I'm thinking is, yeah.
no, that's what I was thinking.
I wasn't thinking.
Yes, you were.
Trying like heck, my goodness.
Yeah, I think I'd like to check on the iBank amounts first and see how high that interest rate is, because if we get a bridge loan, we're not guaranteed that USDA is even going to cover that bridge loan. Although Al says that he would recommend a loan, but and there's a lot of additional work we need to do to make him happy to even see if we're going to be able to even get a loan to cover the bridge loan. So if we take a bridge loan at like 5.7% or whatever, and that's like possibly low, usually those are a lot higher percent rate. I don't, there's no guarantee that it's going to be covered.
Yeah, I mean, this interim construction financing was really, I think that was from, and that's worth to explore with RCAC also. And the person we've been talking with is Mike Carnes, who knows Al Coryell, and for about 20 plus years, he worked for USDA. So he's very familiar. I think this is the interim construction financing is a little bit different. It's meant to cover like state loans, Lake of the Woods got an interim construction financing or a line of credit where they didn't get the full amount, but they just got enough money to cover costs when the state was running 30 to 60 days behind in payment or 9 months behind in payment. So it was money to pay the contractor while they're in construction. And then they'd get the check back from the state to pay it, and they'd have that money paid back to RCAC. So the RCAC was charging them, my understanding is based on only the funds that were outstanding. That were currently being, that were borrowed at the time. So this is a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Please go on. I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, so the interim construction financing isn't really probably apples to apples with the iBank or the USDA long-term loan. It's something that's I recommend investigating, and we can get more information from Mike Carnes to look at your situation. I'd recommend looking at all the options and pulling it together.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have a little bit of time on this, so I think we need to move forward. I mean, I don't think we can vote on the USDA right now. I think we need to investigate the other couple of options and see what those amounts come to, and then see if we want to move forward, because the USDA is going to require fixing the PER, which we need to pay for. Who is that?
I think it's Johnny and his kids.
Oh,
maybe, but I'm kind of far away from home, so I don't know.
Well,
And I got earbuds in, so I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I'd recommend investing in finding out more information and going forward with it. I mean, it could be a call, and also including a call with Al.
I definitely would like to do iBank, and I think half that money, like 415,000, or if you want to do 430,000 and just go for a $400,000 loan.
And they said with your
I just want to point out. I also want to point out that we may have to go a little bit higher, because every single time I've seen a project go, it never comes in at the initial quote or the initial guess. Well 6, for instance, and Lake of the Woods and everybody else. So we may have to figure on more closer to $1 million for this well. I could be wrong, hopefully.
Yeah, you're probably right. Okay.
So what's the consensus here?
More
What's that?
investigation?
I'd recommend that you folks pursue more information from Al, that you folks pursue the interim financing contacts with the bank. You contact, or that we can contact and set up calls with RCAC, and also you also request that iBank do a preliminary analysis of where such financing might stand from them.
Okay.
All in our spare time.
Well, I mean, we're here to help you guys with that, to try to make the contacts and stuff. And so those are just a sampling of stuff, but we need to nail down a better idea that how USDA is proposing to do it, and such. I've usually just dealt with USDA with people who don't have much money in the bank, and their grants and some loan. And they'll spend the loan money first, then the grant money, but they were not required to get interim financing because they didn't have any money in the bank. That was just an added cost beyond their ability to pay the
So we
existing.
made a mistake having money in the bank.
Well, you know, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't, right? If you didn't have that money in the bank, you might not, you know, something, you know, guaranteed something drastic may happen, and you wouldn't have had the $97,000 to get that well 5 up and running again. So that's, I mean, but then somebody comes and looks for you and said, oh, well, you've got money in the bank. But you're coming to us and asking for grant money, but apparently you could use some of this. And it's one thing to have it in the bank, but as Al pointed out, and my question was to him was about the financing. Where he had a comment here. Okay. The funds, what, you know, to another reimbursement. Okay. Hi, Dave. Interim financing is a regulation. It's on the first page. Its use is required with few exceptions, none of which makes sense in the district's case. There's none of the exceptions for interim financing. They have too much money and are now trying to justify designating it to other CIP costs. He sees you doing that after the fact, not before saying, coming into the picture. But he just basically says, yeah, you have a lot of money. Many other
Slap in
places.
the face. Sorry.
Okay, so I think we just need to go forward, like Dave's suggestion, you know, figuring on that we're gonna spend, and when we get, maybe we look for a $500,000 loan, and we plan on using 500,000 of our capital CIP money.
Yeah, because we're not going to be able to use all of it because I think we're going to have to take money out of that CIP for the booster station and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, but the one thing we can't do is raise funds, raise stuff right now on, because we take another loan.
Right, and you could find in that sort of that yellow spreadsheet with the capital improvement listing of funds, I mean, you could find or dedicate a revenue stream that would, based on the dollar amount that you have to pay monthly for debt service, or how much you have to totally obligate it for an annual cost, you could have funds in your existing CIP, the long-term, not short-term funds, but the long-term funds that goes into that pot of money. The 19,000 you folks talked about dedicating every month.
Right.
That could be a revenue stream that's a long-term asset. Okay, a well is a long-term asset that you need replacing. And we've shown how that can be split out and identified in a CIP balance sheet or financing sheet. So there's a pot that you could potentially do that without raising rates. And obviously you're going to go through RCAC and look and reevaluate your rates. So.
Which I don't think we're going to be able to raise rates much more on people, because we're really at a high rate as it is.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Cal Water customer, and I paid about, I think $51 for $49 for water. The same amount of water if I used in Lake Isabella and I was a Cal Water customer would have cost me over $300 for the month.
It's the same way with Keene.
Yeah. Yeah. So, by comparison, yeah, it's high, and you folks are a severely disadvantaged community. And the good thing is that you folks, the bad thing is you guys have infrastructure that is just falling apart, and you can't just let it fall apart. I know, Johnny, I see, you all are scrambling to try to prop things up, and then it takes time for some of this money to come through. So, I wouldn't beat yourself up over having money available to fix things because you have things to fix. Some are more immediate than others, but if you can get long-term affordable financing and you can budget it within your existing rates, and it's not going to cause you to add to the rate,
Okay.
that might be good.
So if you could make those connections for us for the iBank, that would be appreciated, Dave. I think,
Okay.
is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes.
iBank, RCAC,
Yeah.
and you folks are going to look through the interim financing with the local banks.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll touch bases with our USDA also. And we will report back to the ad hoc committee if we can arrange, and Johnny and Dee, if we can arrange a meeting to discuss those items.
Right.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay.
And 15B is discussion vote on amended PER. We don't really have an amended PER at this point. Was he wasn't really working on, was he working on one, Johnny?
I understood he was supposed to amend the PER per Al's instructions.
Yeah,
That's correct.
but we haven't received that yet, so we'll just keep that on the next one. So 16, discussion vote on replacing pipeline on Manita Trail.
But I do have, well, can I just real quickly on B? It is gonna cost us more money for him to the PER, so which is money that we're doing only because of USDA. So if USDA is not happening, I mean, it's like this, again, it's like a catch-22. So that, that's great if the USDA is happening and our loan rate is lower, but if our loan rate is not lower, then we're spending extra money on a PER that we don't need to spend. Right?
Right, but it would depend, that might, yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends on how much it is. So if it's not that much more, then I guess it's worth it. If it's
Right. I mean, you are in a fairly, yeah, just the question is the funding. So we need some costs. I don't see it as, he's got it as a Word document, my understanding, and you should be able to tweak it, but,
okay. So I'm sorry that we can
There you
move on.
go.
Okay. 16, discussion vote on replacing pipeline on Manita Trail.
All right, on Manita, we just discovered, we always believed that there was a 4-inch and a 3-inch running up Manita Trail. I found out that the 4-inch only runs partway up. We ran into a T when we just worked on it yesterday. It was capped off. The good thing is we found out that the top 3 trails, so there's like maybe, I'm just gonna guess 12 houses that are not off of the PVC that's up there. So I need to investigate a little bit more, and then at that time, when I find out, we can tie those houses into the PVC and get rid of all the steel. So it's not really mainline replacement as opposed to mainline removal and reattachment to the 6-inch PVC. So next week, I'm going to dig down and I got to do a pressure test on the PVC and then talk with Dee and find out if we can hook up those houses.
Good.
Okay. All right, and then we have to see what, go out to bid and figure out how much this is gonna cost.
Yeah, unless the district can do it ourselves, which would be, it would require like 2 or 3 rentals of a mini excavator, so we could just start tying the new people in, and then after we get everybody tied into the main line, then we could discontinue the steel line. So I'm hoping that we could do it as a district and not have to go out to bid for that, to save a ton of money.
Okay.
Great. Sounds wonderful.
That's the game plan.
Okay.
Can I give a well 5 PER update real quick?
Yes.
As at 5:30 today, we got an email from Dee with the amended, it looked like the amended PER for well 5. I also have an invoice from Dee Jasper for July for work on that PER. So we've already been invoiced.
How much is it?
792.
Okay. Okay. That's not too bad.
Where, did that go to us as well, Tiffany? Didn't see
The
it.
invoice or the
No, the
Oh, the-
ER.
yeah, Johnny, Lisa, Brahma, me. Yeah,
Contracts.
he said a link to the revised well 5 draft engineering report with
5:30
comments per Al Coryell.
Oh, here, I do see it. Okay.
I can't keep up.
Okay, I'm gonna have to read it. I haven't even read that yet. Okay, so that's already taken care of because he's already amended it. We just have to look at it and see if
Okay.
it's
Yeah. Okay, on to 17. Vote on quote for portable load bank for the generator.
We had some discussion about this before.
Been so long.
Can't hear you, Johnny.
And we were gonna try to get Linda to come up.
Say again?
Can't
Yes.
understand you, Johnny.
Had some issues tonight.
Yeah, I think we lost him.
So I think he had said previous to this that there were some issues with that we were going to hold off on this. So because we weren't
He hasn't, no, he was saying that he hadn't had time to ask them about quotes. And he was looking to see if they had ever done it previously. And that's what he was gonna do.
Well, these two items we can't do anything with without him.
Right.
Are you
I
there,
mean-
Johnny?
Go to 19 then.
okay. We need to motion that.
Okay, motion what, to table it?
No,
Move it forward.
move it in the agenda.
Okay, well then make the motion, please.
I move that we put 17 and 18 forward in the agenda to after number 20. Well, we moved the one we moved Dave, the one that Dave's looking
14.
at after that.
Move 14.
Yeah, after
I'm
14.
finally back. This thing keeps on dropping me, even though I have good connection. Yeah, I keep on. I have full bars. I don't know why it's dropping me.
Okay, so what's going on with the portable load bank?
So we haven't ever done that service on what it costs for a portable load bank for having to come out and do the service. So we need to get with Pam and find out what it costs to rent a generator and what it costs for the operator to take it down there. And if it's feasible for them to pay that, then we would know whether or not we could buy that $8,000 or whatever it is, $6,000 load bank. So we should table it until maybe Pam can come meet next week on Monday, and then we'll discuss that.
So we're gonna rent it so we can loan it to them?
No, we don't rent one. We have one. We would, when they're out of power and we're not, we would take our generator down there and hook up.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but then if we run it on a small well, we have to do maintenance that requires that load bank. So the load bank costs several $1,000s. but it
Uh,
us from having them have to come up to do that maintenance. So we
mhm.
need to still get more information. We haven't
Johnny,
had-
you,
Go ahead.
okay, on 17, it says the quote for the portable load bank for the generator. Did you get a quote?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and I submitted it to you guys at the time, whatever that was. And P&J Electric, who's our electricians, they gave us the quote without any markup.
I think it's in the packet. I mean,
It's just whether or not it's cheaper to buy our own load bank, or if it's cheaper to have Yale come up and do this service.
Well, how are we gonna know which is cheaper?
Well,
Because we have to discuss the next item. So we need to table 17 because we need to discuss 18 and get a price on that to see if we could cover 17.
Okay. Okay, that's where I got confused. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
18 has to come first. Okay.
So I'd like to move that we table 17.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Well, let's see, we table it to the next. Are we okay tabling that to the next regular meeting, Johnny, or do we need it before then?
No, I'm good. I'm good with that.
Krista, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Are you talking to me? Pam?
Yes, we're
Yeah.
talking to Pam.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll talk with Johnny on Monday and discuss the rentals. I sent you over the quotes that we had from Sunbelt, but we'll go through it on Monday.
I mean,
that'll help it.
We're still gonna go through that. We just need to table 17 for now because until we make a decision on 18, we can't make a decision on 17. So as long as you're good with us tabling it to the next regular meeting, that's my motion.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay. Director Gibson has seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gibson.
Aye.
Director Kelling.
Aye.
Director Nyman's aye. Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0-0. Okay, so we're on to 18. Discussion vote on lending or renting portable generator to Crystal Mutual Water Company.
All right, well, in theory, we would really like to do that. There's a lot of times that PG&E is out of power and AT&T, or SCE rather, is not out of power. So it would be nice to be able to help out the neighboring community and be able to run our generator down there. But it would cost us, our insurance will not cover the generator if somebody steals it unless we loan an operator as well. So the operator is going to cost X amount of money to run it. Then I think it depends basically for Krista on whether or not it's cost effective for them to rent from us only when they can't gain a generator from someplace else, or maybe they'll just decide to go ahead and always use us. But we're not going to really know that until me and Pam sit down next week and start hashing out the numbers.
And chances are it would be after hours, so we'd be time and a half, right?
And,
yeah, time and a half.
And this power bottle, this quote right here is what what they rent from somebody else, or?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not a problem with them renting it, but sometimes when the power is out, there's no generators available.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if there's no generators available, then they would pay the additional money of renting ours with an operator. But still have power and they wouldn't be out of water. But if it was a perfect case scenario, they wouldn't have to pay for an operator because they would just have a generator delivered, hooked up.
How many hookups in Krista? I mean, I guess that doesn't matter, does it?
So we would just need, per power outage, our tanks take 4 hours to fill. So if we have a power outage for a day, we would need to fill our tanks once. every day. So depending on, how long the power outage is, if we have a 3-day power outage, each day we would have to have it for 4 hours to fill our tanks. Does
So
that
the
make
re-
sense?
Then,
so the
so then
reality,
over and above that, we could still use it for our system.
Sorry, over and above that, you could.
We could still use it for our system. If both districts were out of power, we could still use it. Plus, I just found out today that some grants were available. P&J Electric told me that Tehachapi and a few other places got some grants for additional generators that we need to look into. And I understand that you're already working on that, Pam.
I'm working on one with Lawrence to go with our meter and valve grant. So I reached out to him. Well, actually, I found a grant site that they sent me to, and it ended up catching up with Lawrence. And Lawrence is like, wow, well, we might be able to add this onto our meter grant for Krista. But that's still, a while away. They're talking construction in 2022. So until then, I have to get prepared for Krista to have power. And often, like Johnny said, last year, you guys, Edison was on a totally different PSPS. I don't even think we had one last year for Lake of the Woods. And Krista had 4 between October and December. And we almost didn't get a generator.
Yeah, we didn't have any critical ones that affected our daily operations.
Yeah, but Krista was out for several days. I don't know, like she said, 4 times in 2 months.
so Johnny,
Yeah.
so what does it take to move? So if we were moving it back and forth, because it only takes 4 hours, and then we were bringing it back to a secure location, that's actually possible because it's only like we don't necessarily have to leave it with them overnight.
Exactly. Our operator would work for the 4 hours. He would drive it down with the dump truck because that's big enough to tow it, take it down there, hook it up. And Krista has already had P&J Electric install color-coded connectors. There's 4 wires that you connect, color-coded to match exactly like ours. So there's no difference. When we take our generator down there, there's just 4 wires. You plug in, color-coded, twist lock it. He could run it for 4 hours and then bring it back to the district and it would be safe.
How thin potentially would that make our manpower? Like if they've got a problem down there, do we really have a big enough workforce
Yeah.
to be doing?
Because the greatest majority of the time, we're not affected like PG&E is. And Pam already knows that if it came down to a situation where everybody was out of power, then we would have to prioritize our own district. But just like Terry was saying, last year, PG&E had a lot more power outages than SCE did. It's just kind of a stopgap plan for Pam to have in place in order to keep her in power if we could provide it.
I totally understand that and support it. I'm trying to figure out the expense and the loss of manpower. I mean, maybe if we weren't out of power, but we had a big leak, you got 2 guys, one's down there.
Well, then we still got to prioritize. If it comes down to our district or somebody else's district, we're going to choose ours. So that wouldn't happen.
So you're a good manager, Johnny. Thank you.
Well, thank you. But and we just need to get a price in place.
Right.
So Pam has an option when it comes time, because we all know that if something happens and you have to pay a little more, but you can still provide water, that's going to take priority. And there's plenty of times that maybe my crew is busy with a leak and I could still respond and I could still take it down there or something to that effect.
And Johnny,
Got that superhero cape on.
Okay, all right, Director Schoenberg.
okay, can we, I'm really tired and I'd like to move on. Can we find out, I mean, the biggest issue is the pricing for the portable load bank, because if we do move forward with this, we need to, you know, have a reasonable fee that we charge, but can't we, put that alone, you know, into the fee that we charge, can't we, for now, just so we can move forward with this and not necessarily have to buy the portable load bank? Can we put a fee in, you know, for now, if we needed to call that in, and then move forward later? So like we could approve it, move forward, figure out the fees, and then just for now, put in the possibility of having to bring somebody up to do that maintenance. And then,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's how
Next week, when I talk to Pam, we'll get a hold of Yale, who does our service on the generator, find out what it's going to cost for that. And then it's going to be the hourly wage, whether it's overtime or whatever it may be. And then we'll come together with a price for that. That if it causes us to need the load bank, or maybe 2 or 3 times of using it, or 4 times, whatever it is, to need the load bank, we'll figure that cost in.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we approve this in theory, that we go ahead and say that yes, we're willing to lend the portable generator to Krista, and that we need to work out the pricing.
Sounds good.
And we can approve the pricing at a later, on another meeting, on the next, either well, I would even do it if we can put it on the next, the planning meeting, if we have it figured out by then.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Hi.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0-0. And obviously we'll have a contract. We would have to have a contract drawn up.
Yes.
Okay. All righty.
Moving it forward in principle, but we don't have everything worked out yet.
Okay. We always want to help Pam. She's good people. Okay.
I agree.
On the
I
19th.
agree with all of you guys as being wonderful. We're just blessed to be in this community.
19, discussion vote on resolution FP 20208113-02, resolution to change board member compensation.
And this, just to let you know, this resolution I drafted from scratch. So don't take it as perfect legalese. But I hope I did a good job.
Okay.
So we may, do you think we need to run this by the attorney?
Did we not have a resolution that already in place that just had the 6 days instead of the 10 days?
Yeah, that's 523.
So what else are you
I have
saying?
every confidence in
The number of
Tiffany.
days.
As far as Tiffany's understanding, when she talked to our attorney, the maximum amount of days that we can approve is 10. And then there's a maximum amount of compensation too, right?
Yeah, no, he said it's $100 per day of service, maximum of 10 a month, which means $1,000 a month, which means 12,000 a year. So it's not further limited.
And the reason this came up is, you know, we're having like a gazillion ad hocs and we can't cover them. Like I had to Oh, I forgot to bring that up on the financials too. There was a,
But quite frankly, by having the ad hocs, we are saving money. Instead of having a whole 5 board member meeting,
correct, correct.
you know, so. Well, can't we just pass it?
Well, we just need to either read through it or say the gist of it. And,
You want me to read it, Brahma?
Yeah, please. I'm losing steam.
Okay.
Exactly. Wait a minute.
Before the board of
Okay.
directors, excuse me, Becky. Before the
Yeah,
board
no
of
problem.
directors of the Fraser Park Public Utility District, resolution number FP 20200813-02 in the matter of board member compensation. Whereas on July 20th, 2008, the board of directors of the Fraser Park Public Utility District adopted resolution 523 establishing per diem payment and expense reimbursement to directors, and whereas resolution 523 established each board member shall receive compensation in the amount of $100 for attendance at each of the following events on behalf of the district. Number 1, regular board meetings. Number 2, special board meetings. 3, advisory, ad hoc, or other committee body meetings. 4, training and educational seminars or conferences. 5, negotiation sessions. 6, depositions, arbitration, or other legal meetings. 7, meetings with district consultants, engineers, attorneys, or other professionals for the purpose of conducting district business or potential business. 8, any other activity the board requests in writing a member attends in advance of attendance. And whereas resolution 523 states that such compensation shall not exceed 6 days in any calendar month. So is this the one we're changing to 10?
yes.
Okay. I'll scratch out 10, put in.
No,
scratch
no,
out
no,
6.
no. She's stating that it was that. So we're not changing it. It's
Oh, okay. Thank
later in
you.
the
Reading.
Okay, continuing on. Whereas, due to the increase in committees and project-related work, the board of directors found need to schedule events in excess of 6 days in a calendar month for which attendance is of great benefit to the district. And whereas Public Utilities Code Section 16002B1 states that the board may provide by ordinance or resolution that each of its members receive compensation in an amount not to exceed $100 for each day of service. A member of the board shall not receive compensation for more than 10 days of service in a month. And whereas Government Code Section 53232.2A states a local agency may reimburse members of a legislative body for actual and necessary expenses incurred in the performance of official duties. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Fraser Park Public Utility District that compensation for days of service at events specified herein be increased to not exceed 10 days of service in a calendar month at the rate of $100 per day, and further resolved, directors shall receive a stipend of $100 for each regular, special, or emergency meeting. Further resolved, for all other service events stated herein, directors will be paid a rate of $33 per hour for a maximum of $100 per day. And lastly, resolved that this resolution, FP 20200813-02, revokes all previous resolutions passed and adopted by the FPPUD board regarding board member compensation, passed and adopted at the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of Fraser Park Public Utility District held on 13th day of August 2020 by the following vote.
Okay.
One question, Tiffany, you have 33, but we've actually been paying 33 or whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'll change it. It was supposed to be 33.
Okay.
Good catch, Lisa. Okay, I'll
At
entertain a
this
motion.
late date, God goodness. Okay.
I'll entertain a motion to to approve with the amendment.
And I think just because I am the most affected by this, I'm going to not participate in I'm gonna recuse myself and abstain.
Okay, can I get somebody to make a motion, please?
I make a
Director
motion.
Director
that-
Garcia, wait, Director
Thank you.
Garcia.
Go.
I move that we adopt resolution 523, establishing the per diem payment and expenses reimbursement to directors.
No,
With the amendment of the 3333.
no, we
Thank
don't
you.
want to, no, that 523 is not the one we want to, to approve. That's the old one.
Oh, excuse me. Resolution FP 20200813-02.
With the amendment, we changed the 3333, Jerry.
Check. I accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Abstain.
Okay, 4-0, 1 abstention, motion carried. Okay, on to number 20. Okay, discussion vote on bylaws, rules, and regulations.
Yeah, it's super
Oh.
easy. You know how we just changed the name of the account? In the banking resolution? We're
Yes.
just
Mhm.
matching that name on the bylaws. So it reads the new name of the account.
So on number 15, it says distribution system emergency reserve account.
It says it in two places. It says it once on 15 and once on 25.
Right,
And I'd like to move, I don't think we need to read the whole thing. I'd like to
No.
move that we approve the amended bylaws, rules and regulations, which will be adopted at this meeting, regular meeting, August 13th, 2020.
I second that.
okay, Director Garcia seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0-0. On to 21, discussion vote on changing and continuing with modified services and procedures as adopted on March 19th, 2020.
Yeah, I would
I'm
like
a-
to move.
Go ahead.
Oh, what were you
Director-
gonna say?
No,
John?
I was just gonna say that I recommend we continue as we've been doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do. So I'd like to move that we continue our modified services and procedures in response to COVID-19 until the next time we visit this, which is next month.
I'll
Do I hear-
second that motion.
Okay, Director Garcia seconded. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried 5-0-0. Okay, on to, back to number 14.
Check.
14B or
14.
14.
Yeah, we were waiting
On-
for Dave to try to find the info he
Okay.
needed. Were you able to find that, Dave?
Yes, I found some notes. And and I wish I had Tom Dotson available, but you can, if nothing on, you can award if nothing is on record, environmental is on record, you can award the project after CEQA is filed. But we're talking about going out to.
So
bid.
we can go out to bid, we just can't award it until the notice of exemption is filed.
Right. And when you have the notice of exemption, it was recommended, you have to, hey, this is the project. And when the notice of exemption is adopted, you approve the project when the notice of exemption is adopted. but you withhold authorization to proceed. I don't know, then my notes dead end there. So, and I would say you could authorize notice to proceed with the, not notice to proceed, but authorize,
Advertisement of the bid.
advertisement conditional upon meeting, conditional upon meeting, your public water system requirements for CEQA. And I would verify that with Tom Dodson tomorrow, but you guys aren't going to be there. You aren't going to be putting it out to bid, right? Tomorrow.
Well, we don't have D here, so, and I think that I need to look over the bid packet one more time, which I don't have a printout of it, so it's kind of hard on my computer. So I kind of need to get a printout of that. I don't know when that's going to happen.
I mean, you could, and so it's 2 weeks before you have your next board meeting.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
you
can't wait
you-
that long, or he's going to have to amend the dates on the bid packet.
Yeah. And so you could do a conditional upon completion of the bid packet and environmental. I mean, clearance, as long as you're, I don't have my fancy legalese wording, but I think you can go out to bid based on the CEQA, but you can't award it.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we go forward with bid advertisement once, so that we sorry, I don't know how to say this. I move that we approve going forward with bid advertisement based on final approval of the bid, the changes in the bid specs between our engineer and myself, and I don't know if there's any other board member on the ad hocs, actually, Director Nyman.
I think we're done. I trust that he made the changes.
I don't, well, that's nice. I'm glad you trust it. Okay, then I'm not gonna put forward the motion.
Oh. Does that mean that we just ignore it? We go,
No, it means you guys can make it do whatever you want, and I'm gonna abstain or say no.
well,
Okay, so we got some controversy. What's up, Lisa? You're just not trusting his figures these days, or?
she wants to make sure that all the changes that you and I and her gave D actually got changed. And I think that's appropriate, but that's going to take, we got to get it again.
It should only take a couple of days. No, we shouldn't have to get it again. We already got it. I think that 2 board members need to look at it, and then, but we can approve it this evening based on those 2 board members giving a final approval with D. If for some reason it's still a mess, then D is going to have to wait to put it out to bid.
Yeah, I agree with Lisa.
But okay, then the conflict is coming in that Brahma and Lisa are on that ad hoc. So it can't be I and Lisa, because then we'd have to do a new ad hoc. Do you understand where the impasse is? Rebecca?
Okay, yeah, no, thank you for drawing me a map. I'm so dang tired, Terry. Thank you so much. So what do we do? What do we do?
Well, I'll be looking at something that I don't have all the changes on, because you guys gave all the changes. So,
That's
so,
because we did it as
it's like I'm just going to be reviewing a new document that I don't know what all the changes are.
No, because
we discussed it all.
We do have Lisa's copy, so you just verify that Lisa's copy is correct.
Well, do we want to get together? Well, see, we COVID, we're not getting together. It's just
All we
making,
have to do is do it over the phone. It's not that difficult. All we need are the 2 documents. We just need, I already have a printout of it. If they have, Johnny has it at the office, so we just each need a printout of the new one, and you need a printout of the old one that's highlighted in yellow. It's really obvious, all of the places where the changes are supposed to be. So it should take, a couple, maybe an hour or 2 to go over.
okay, well, then
And 2
we'll,
cups of coffee.
all right.
I'm sorry. I mean, unless you want to do a new ad hoc, I mean.
No,
Because Rebecca or I, we're not on the ad hoc. Unless you want to do it as a full board.
Brahma, I'm just, there were so many mistakes in it that were big mistakes that I wouldn't be comfortable passing it unless we've been over one more time. And I know that that's so much work and it's so, but it's.
well, are you available on Monday? I have a 11 o'clock doctor's appointment that I can't miss, but
I have a doctor's appointment on Monday as well. Hold on.
Are you guys both doing your doctor appointments on the phone?
No.
yes. Well,
Mine's-
mine's on the phone.
I can do Tuesday.
Tuesday, I've got another doctor's appointment and I'm busy in the morning. We could do it in the afternoon.
It needs to be printed out. Yeah, I'm fine on Tuesday afternoon. We need to
So like around probably like 3 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Do you need D there?
No.
No.
We just need to look at it, and if there's a problem, then we need to call D. And if there isn't a problem, if it's approved tonight, based on that, then we're fine, and we can just give D the go ahead if everything's good.
And I'd just like to interject, if you could do it conditional upon the ad hoc review and approval this Tuesday. And also that I could get Tom to respond to the question of going out to bid.
Correct, by then, yeah, so it should be.
Oh, good, okay.
So it should be contingent on those 2 things.
Okay, can you do the motion, please?
Okay, so I'd like to move that we approve the document going out to bid. Not going out to, going out to advertising for bid. So going out for advertisement. Okay, one more time. I move that the document be available to go out for advertisement based on 2 contingencies. One is that the ad hoc committee do a final review on Tuesday, whatever that date is, at 3 p.m. What's the date?
It was, yeah.
The 18th. So Tuesday the 18th at 3 p.m. and also based on the information from Dave Warner as to the CEQA.
The environmental consultant.
Right.
Yeah.
Director Garcia has seconded. Roll call of Director Garcia.
Aye.
Director Gibson.
Aye.
Director Kelling.
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I. Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0-0. Okay, you can go if you want.
Thank you. Thank you, Brahma.
We're on to number 22. Review and approve meeting minutes.
Can we table this, Tiffany?
If you'd like, of course.
That would be awesome.
I'd like
Would
to
be, yes.
I'd like to move that we table the minutes to the next regular meeting. Is that too far? Do we have to do it on the planning? Do you think?
You can put it on the planning, and if it's busy, you can move it to the,
Okay, so I'll put it on the planning, and if it's busy, we'll move it one more time to the next one.
Yeah.
Because we already have them in the packet. You guys can read them through and.
Yeah, I read them. I didn't find anything, but
I didn't
you know,
either.
that's what I do.
Okay, well,
But you know, I don't mind. Let's table it till 2 weeks, and we'll do it.
Okay, somebody make a motion.
I motion that we move the approving the minutes for July 9th, July 23rd, until our next planning meeting in August.
There's three of them.
Oh, okay, 23rd, and then what was the last date?
I didn't, August 6th.
Okay, August 6th.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Hi.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's aye, Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. Also, I didn't have that in my packet, 8-6. I had the other two. I
no,
did.
that was a wishful thinking in case I got it done in time, but I didn't.
Okay, all right, because I reviewed those other two and I didn't find any errors. So,
Yeah, me neither.
okay. All right, motion carried. Okay, 23, discussion vote on future agenda items. I think we've got them
Are
all.
we there yet? Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, all right. Then I'll entertain a motion that we adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Director Kelling, second. Roll call of directors. Director Garcia,
Aye.
Director Gibson,
Aye.
Director Kelling,
Aye.
Director Nyman's and I. Director Schoenberg.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried 5-0-0. Meeting adjourned at 10:23. Jerry, are you at home?
Yes.
Okay, Director Schoenberg, I'll be by to